Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I need to think of a better way of just kind of smoothing into this, transitioning. I don't know. I still say welcome after I just said welcome to everyone. I don't know. I'm still kind of finding a certain pattern. I like it when I have a pattern or a template that I can go by. It just makes things so much easier for me. But welcome on this Friday evening, afternoon, night to all who are watching live. So far in the Sandbox, we have Looney Tunes, Kelly Bach, and Marty. It's a pleasure to see you. I hope that I can present to you a wonderful show tonight. I have some interesting stories lined up. One that I wasn't planning on having so soon. Somebody gave me a tip on a TYT segment, and I happen to have that TYT episode still in my YouTube recommends, which means hours after the fact you can still click on it and watch the show. And I saw the segment that they were talking about, and it's pretty bad. It's really, really bad. So I was deciding if I should just make it all into its own video where I have time to go back and forth between the article they're referencing, or if I should just try it live with you guys here tonight. So let me know in the comments section how you'd like to see me attempt this, because it is, when I put in the title of this video, Media Misrepresentation of Queer Issues, I mean TYT, the National Post, and TYT. And having those two media networks in the same sentence for misrepresentation, oh, that's an indictment there. Anyway. Oh. It's Looney Tunes. It almost sounds like you're saying, do it livid. I am livid. But there's other stories that I want to get to before that. Because the segment that they did on painting a specific trans journalist, author, opinionator, writer, I don't know her title, the way they painted her, wow, just really bad. And they spent 20 minutes on it. Just all the stories to pick from right now, and they choose this. Anyway, there's still lots of other stories to get to. I've tried to narrow it down. I have a whole bunch of one-off stories that I'm going to be keeping for a odds and ends and all that trends live stream. But there's a few I want to get to tonight before I potentially get into the TYT thing, including an update on Nex Benedict. So let's go with this.
Today in Canadian news.
So this isn't exactly breaking news in Canada, but there is a follow-up to this that is actually very... There's nothing good about this story, but this is at least an update that implies there might be some sort of accountability. This story is from 2021 in May. Now, that date might not seem significant, but this was early on. So the COVID pandemic had been going on for about a year. And a report had finally been made after some horrific findings. You see, here in Ontario and in Quebec, we have long-term health care homes that are both publicly and privately run. Those privately run long-term care homes were so bad during the pandemic that they had to call in the military to get things under control when the outbreaks first started. When the military arrived at these homes, this is content warning here. They found 26 people had died of dehydration. Seniors, people with disabilities, trapped in their beds, who weren't able to just leave their bed to go get a cup of water. And reports saying that all they needed was a wash and water and they would have been still alive. But they were abandoned through the confusion, through lack of pay, through the lack of organization, all of that stuff. And so this is here just a little bit of a reminder of the situation there. And some of the military personnel that went to these homes actually ended up with PTSD from what they found there. Just absolutely horrific. And of course, Doug Ford wants to continue privatizing things in Ontario because what's the worst that could happen? A little bit of a reminder. The Canadian military claims that more than 24 residents at Toronto long-term care home died due to dehydration prior to the arrival amid the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, while feces and vomit were reportedly found on the floors and walls of another, according to a newly obtained report. The document, which were submitted to Ontario Long-Term Care Home Commission and referenced in their final report on April 30th, described heartbreaking and horrifying conditions within 2 of the Toronto facilities. Among the most startling claims are allegations of neglect, malnutrition, and suggestion that COVID-19 deaths at one home paled in comparison to general deaths. So that's just a bit of a reminder of that story. And I covered this subject a lot when it was first happening through my video essays, because to me, the whole situation was just horrifying beyond belief, like incomprehensibly horrifying. The thought of being trapped in your bed, pulling on the emergency cord to get help and nobody coming, simply because you needed water. Or to have a roommate in your room beside you dying and there's nothing that you can do. Again, just horrifying. But then do you know what Doug Ford did? Well, he passed legislation making it so that people, the family members of these victims, couldn't sue these long-term care homes for damages done during COVID. Then he also gave Mike Harris, former Premier of Ontario, who did a horrible job here, privatized, defunded. He was the start of the absolute insane housing crisis that we have. Well, he gave Mike Harris the Order of Ontario. Now, why is that important? Because Mike Harris is a shareholder of one of these long-term care homes. So instead of getting punished, laws were put in place to protect him. He was given the Order of Ontario. Oh, right. And hundreds of millions of dollars went to the shareholders of these homes. And I was worried that there would be no accountability to that. But there might be after all. Six Ontario long-term care providers face class action lawsuits for alleged gross negligence during pandemic. Companies accused of inadequate care that resulted in avoidable COVID-19 deaths. Class action lawsuit against 6 of Ontario's largest for-profit long-term care LTC home providers claiming gross negligence that led to illness and death during the COVID-19 pandemic have been allowed to proceed. This is good. In a ruling last week, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice certified class action suits against Sienna Rivera Okay, all of these, including Chartwell, which is the one that Mike Harris is on the board of shareholders or whatever. The separate class actions were filed. Start that sentence over. The separate class actions were filed on behalf of thousands of clients, family members, and visitors who alleged the companies were unprepared to provide care during the pandemic and failed to protect the health of residents and visitors. There were many homes in Ontario that didn't have a problem, but these were the worst offenders from our perspective, said Joel, one of the lead lawyers for the plaintiffs. We alleged that their conduct fell far below any reasonable standard. And if you looked at all the statistics back then of death by COVID in privatized long-term care homes versus public long-term care homes, there was a stark difference. The people in the private long-term care homes were just, they were being knocked out. Like a wave of COVID would go in and wipe out dozens of people. It was so horrific what was happening in these long-term privatized care homes. At the height of the pandemic in 2020, the quick spread of COVID-19 through long-term care homes led the province to ask the military for help staff struggling to provide care. That led to a scathing military report about living conditions in some of these homes. From March 2020 to April 2022, 4,335 residents died in Ontario long-term care homes, according to a September report from the province's ombudsman. In their core submissions, the plaintiffs' counsel said at least 3,300 of those deaths were in long-term care homes owned and operated by the defendants. So in 6 homes of the 4,335 people, nearly 3,000 died in those 6 homes of all the long-term care home deaths. That is, yeah. In certifying the class actions, the court considered expert opinions provided by the plaintiffs that defendants have fallen short of providing reasonable infection control and prevention during the pandemic. The plaintiffs claimed the majority of COVID-related residents' deaths at long-term care homes were preventable. Inhibiting the long-term care home industry from repeating any mistakes is a significant goal of this class action that would be diluted if the individual claims were pursued in its place, wrote Justice E.M. Morgan in the court's decision to allow the class action to proceed. Provincial legislation passed in 2020 provides liable protections to businesses from COVID-19 exposure-related lawsuits, but doesn't protect bad actors from endangering others willfully through gross negligence. And that is where the difference is. So in 2020, the first legislation was pushed through to protect these places from lawsuits against them for damages done during COVID-19. And many people from survivors, friends of victims, friends and families of victims thought that this meant that they wouldn't be able to hold these long-term care homes accountable for what they did. But it turns out that that legislation doesn't protect them if what they did was just so grossly negligent it led to their deaths. Class actions will bring long-awaited justice, advocate. 2 other pending class action suits against the independent long-term care companies and municipally owned long-term care facilities were also considered, but the court decided not to certify them, citing lack of representative plaintiffs and cause for action. That doesn't mean plaintiffs in those proposed class actions don't have valid grievances, said the long-term care advocate, Vivian, a professor and researcher at Ontario Tech University. She says she hopes these grievances can be addressed through other legal avenues. She says that she's happy that these actions will go ahead. I have been vehemently against the profit motive in long-term care, she said in an interview. They had the vast majority of deaths. They were clearly shown in numbers in numerous investigations to fail compared to nonprofits. She says these class actions will finally give families the chance to seek justice for the avoidable loss of their loved ones. I just really hope that you know that when they have their day in court, that they establish what we all saw unfold, she said, which was the massive, widespread, often preventable negligence that resulted in far too many unnecessary deaths and just trauma that will live with these families for the rest of their lives. Yeah, so the certification of these lawsuits came less than a month after the Ontario Court of Appeal upheld ruling to allow class action against Ontario long-term care minister to proceed. So, and just wanted to point out from Twitter here. Yeah, so big step. The Ontario Superior Court gives green light, and just somebody reminding me of some of the horrific conditions there. Tori saying, I will never forget the senior who died with necrosis from bed sores that went down to the shin bone in a Chartwell home, which Mike Harris sits on the board of, and Doug Ford awarded him the Order of Ontario. I hope they lose everything. I hope these homes lose all of their money. There should not be private, for-profit, long-term care homes in this country. None. Because it's just, when it becomes about profit, it's the profit over people. In the home that my grandmother was in, when it came to her passing, she had pneumonia. We weren't able to put her in a hospice room where we could privately be with her while she passed because they decided to use those rooms for paying live people. So while we were in her room waiting for the funeral home to come collect her body, they put her roommate down for a nap beside her. As just, that's going to stay with me for a long, long time. And I've talked about this plenty of times on my show, so I am hoping beyond hopes that these class action lawsuits will give some sort of justice to these families, some sort of accountability, but primarily to make sure this never happens again. We need to shut down any for-profit long-term care homes, any for-profit health care in this province needs to go. If there is one thing and one thing only my channel can accomplish, it would be to wake Canadians up to what is happening to our health care. Doug Ford is trying his best to privatize it, and if he does, what we saw in those long-term care homes will be coming to hospitals across the province. It is just, yeah, really bad, really, really bad. So let's check the Sandbox after that horrific story. Kelly Box saying that I might have to leave for the next segment. It gets me too upset. Completely understandable. It's a hard story. Just everything involved. Kelly Box saying this is fucking horrible. Leaving people to die like that happened here in Florida care home too. Yeah, and it happened in Quebec and Ontario primarily. And in Quebec, there were places where the seniors had been abandoned for days, partly because they were so understaffed and underfunded, and there was confusion as to who was supposed to be where, what, when, that some of the homes were left unstaffed for days because they didn't know where they were supposed to be, plus people were calling in sick so much, and just, yeah, horrible. Horrible, horrible. Hello, Callie. I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. I think it's Callie Braiding? I'm horrible with names. That should be a disclaimer to anyone. There should be like a disclaimer in the top of the Sandbox just saying, I will not pronounce your name right. Uh, a bigger audience would be nice, yes. We'll get there. Slowly but surely, we'll get there. 0 PE, this sounds a lot like what Cuomo did up in New York. I think Cuomo was sending people back to homes when they were sick or something like. Yeah, there was definitely different. And of course, New York got hit a lot harder than we got hit here. Like, I can't imagine how bad COVID would have been in Canada if we had the same healthcare and attitude as Americans do. Because even if you look at it um, per capita, the death rate and everything in Canada versus the United States, there's a big difference. Um, so it's not just a population thing that drove the deaths in the United States. It was the attitude, lack of vaccinations and things of that sort, like just having vaccinations free here in Canada, or if you're sick, you could go to a hospital without worrying about bankrupting yourself. That sort of thing. Like, we still have problems where, a lot of people couldn't get off work for obvious reasons that they would get fired if they did, or they weren't allowed sick days. Like, we still had those issues. But at least the people who went to hospitals weren't being charged and going into debt to be there. And we, on a whole, have more faith in our healthcare system and more faith in our government when it comes to things like them saying you should probably get vaccinated. And so there was widespread vaccination campaigns and just a healthier attitude. But of course, we do have tons of anti-vaxxers here, or COVID enthusiasts, as I call them. Oh. So Looney Tunes says, sadly, half the audience is at another channel that goes on forever. I don't know what channel you speak of there. Let's see. Hello, Germ. Zero PE, this is why I say I want to be taken out when I need to be put in a home. Yeah, after seeing what happened to my grandmother in a home, I'm like... But here in Canada, I will have that option because it would be disabilities that lead me to get into a home, and in this country, we can apply for medical assistance in dying based on disability only. So if it came down to it, I have that option. Yay! I would prefer that our homes are not in such a bad shape that, people could tolerate living in them, that they're safe, or more in-home, like at-home care so that you don't have to go into these long-term care homes. Like, just more supports to keep people in the community would be the best option. There are a couple profit hospitals in Ontario, and Doug Ford does want to make more of them, Kelly, yes. Those for-profit hospitals were basically already in place when we switched over to a not-for-profit primarily, and so they were grandfathered in. Let's see. Vanessa says, in capitalism, you can't even die with dignity. Oh, and you have to pay to die, by the way. Yeah. And you're supposed to be working until that moment, according to Ben Shapiro. Well, so many other people in the capitalist system, their idea is as long as you're healthy and able, you should be working to feed into the capitalist system as opposed to, actually enjoying your life. Like, whatever happened to the term the golden years, when you're not supposed to be working and then people could, hang out with their grandchildren, help raise their grandchildren, or do gardening in the community or something. Like, just relax and not have to worry about the grind and just enjoy living your last final years. Like, I think that's how it was supposed to go. Non-commitment chick. I haven't actually watched her stuff. Lots of people go over there, though. Looney Tunes 9000. Ben Shapiro can wish he can have Anna TYT, but he can't keep a woman. Well, he is married, as far as I know. But yeah, we'll get into the... I'll see how I feel when we approach the TYT story, because it made me so mad. It made me so mad. You can thank Emo Dragon for making me this mad, because he was the one that brought this to my attention. And just fortunately, I still had it in my YouTube recommends, so I could click on it, because it was like 10 o'clock at night when I saw that message. And so I wouldn't have been able to watch it live. And since I'm not a member, it's not like I could go back and watch it, but on YouTube, if you still have it in your recommends and it's live, you can still click on it because the link is still there. It's just unlisted, so you have to have the link, and then you can watch these live streams well after they're live, which is how I watch other programs that tend to do live shows, is I tend to watch it after the fact so I can just skip over the parts that I'm not interested in. Anyway, let's get back to more Canadian news, shall we? The police in Canada is pretty bad. The amount that cops are allowed to get away with because they're cops is ridiculous. Like, you see it with the encampment destructions, that they're just allowed to freely assault people, but also when it comes to covering up for each other, they're really good at doing that. And it's almost like a lot of people get into law enforcement just so that they don't have to abide by the same laws that they enforce on other people. And they do think that since they enforce the law, that they're above the law. They are not. Let's get to this story. Toronto area cop demoted after crashing a car on way home from bar, reporting it stolen to another police service. There is so much in that title. So first of all, the cop was demoted, not fired, for crashing his car on the way home from a bar. So, what exactly was his alcohol level? And then he made a false report to another police service. And he still has his job. Just got demoted. And as I've pointed out in another video of mine where a horrible cop who was stalking his ex-partner and threatening her, he also got demoted. But the amount that he got demoted was left out of the news article because cops are paid really well. They are. And so after this cop's demotion for stalking his ex-partner and threatening to kill her, he was still making over $100,000 a year after the demotion. So when you say that they were demoted, you don't have to feel sorry for them. They're probably still just fine. And he should be fired because if anyone else had done this, they'd be arrested. A Durham police officer has been handed a 2-year demotion. That really should be a 2-year sentence. It really should be a 2-year sentence. After he admitted to crashing his car on the way home from a bar before reporting it as stolen in an attempt to evade criminal and civil liability. So here he is admitting that he was trying to evade the fact that he broke the law. And he's still a cop. On February 24th, Constable Trevor Trevor of Durham Region Police Service pleaded guilty on one count of professional misconduct at a disciplinary tribunal hearing presided over by Ontario Provincial Police Adjudicator, MPB Elders. Trevor was also criminally charged with one count of public mischief, to which he pleaded guilty back in August in relation with the incident. According to an agreed statement of facts filed as part of the tribunal proceedings, Trevor crashed his pickup truck in the late afternoon of April 29th, 2023, after leaving a bar in Port Hope. The document says Trevor, who has been with the service since 2002, consumed 2 alcoholic beverages at the establishment with a friend before offering them a ride home. He must be a lightweight when it comes to alcohol. After dropping his passenger off, Trevor, is it Trevor or Treverson? Trevor. After dropping his passenger off, Trevor crashed his truck in the area of Ontario Molson Street and drove the heavily damaged vehicle to a nearby gas station, according to the statement. There he left his vehicle and ran to a nearby hotel where he called his friend and asked for him to pick him up, it continues. In the aftermath of the collision, elders found Trevor attempted to evade criminal and civil liability, first when he reported his vehicle stolen to the Ontario Provincial Police the day after the crash, then when he denied his identity to a Port Hope police officer who attended the hotel. Okay, anyone else does this, they're arrested. Like, it's just, there's no way around. You get arrested and charged with that. But oh no, he's a cop, so he gets let off the hook and just a mild little demotion. Through their investigation, the OPP determined that Trevor's vehicle had not been stolen, and on May 18th, 2023, Trevor attended the service's Coburg division, where he was charged with one count of public mischief, because that's what everyone would be charged with after crashing their vehicle while driving after having 2 drinks of alcohol, leaving it abandoned at a gas station, and filing a false police report. That would get you a mischief charge. Not only did you cause an accident, but you deceived 2 separate police services, Elders wrote in his decision. I'm just wondering if he would even be, charged with that mischief if he hadn't deceived them. Like, is that the only reason why they're mad at him? Is because he deceived them, as opposed to just saying, yeah, I crashed my car. Oops. Can you guys look the other way? And then they might have been like, yeah, sure, whatever. But no, since he deceived them, I think they might be a little bit upset over that. On August 23rd, 2023, Trevor pleaded guilty to the charge at the Ontario Court of Justice. He was sentenced to probation in order to pay a $2,000 fine. I'm curious about something. Let me just check something. Let me bring this up on screen for you guys. Trevor held the position of police detective constable at the regional municipality of Durham in 2022 and received an annual salary of $126,391.44 as per the records provided by the government Ontario. Yeah, And And this is just from like 2 years ago. So providing that there's been raises since and all that sort of stuff. That's a nice little salary bump there. Mm-hmm. That $2,000, I think he feels accountable now. Uh-huh. A whole $2,000 there. And so when he's demoted, my guess is he's just going back to this amount as opposed to, anything that's really going to hurt him. You see, you wonder why these police services have such high budgets. When deciding upon the officer's professional penalty, elders considered Trevor's stellar career alongside his eventual cooperation with the investigation. Yeah, because that would happen to everyone where they're like, you know what? Yes, you robbed the bank and it was really bad of you, but eventually you cooperated with the police after you lied to us. But you eventually cooperated, so we're going to let you off easy and just give you a little bit of a fine, but you get to keep the rest of the money you stole. Still, other elders said the incident poses to erode public trust. I don't think you need to worry about eroding it, it's already gone, and cause serious damage to the service and its reputation. Again, you can't damage something that's already that severely broken. In turn, the hearing officer handed Trevor a 1-year demotion to third-class constable, followed by another year of second-class constable set to come into effect upon return from ongoing medical leave. After those 2 years, he will return to rank of first-class constable. Is this... Do we have it for... Let's go... 2023. No, it doesn't look like... Oh. Sunshine List. Oh! So in 2023, it looks like he received... Well, this is for the class of Detective Constable. Let's see, where's Trevor? Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, it's the same. Okay. So 1,391.44. So yes, that is the same as the other list. And what exactly are we paying these officers to do? Like we give them so much money and they have such high salaries and their budgets are so high. So how exactly are they policing us when they aren't busy policing each other? Toronto police advise the public to reduce the risk of home invasions amid car theft by placing their key fobs near the front door. This strategy is suggested because culprits are primarily entering homes to access cars, not to steal other items. So, maybe leave the car keys, right at the door so that the thieves can get that, and, $20 while you're at it in case you're low on gas. And, they might be hungry, so how about a little snack? You leave them a little snack too, so then that way they won't go into like the kitchen or something to try to get that snack. And make sure there's nothing with peanuts because, allergies and everything. So leave them like a nice cookie, oatmeal cookie, no peanut cookie.
Car thefts have become more prominent across the GTA, up nearly 25% in 2023 from the year prior. Now, police in York Region are out with a new safety tactic. Door stops have been handed out to some residents in an effort to prevent door kick break-ins to steal car keys. It's a move that has one Unionville family feeling uneasy.
So it's gotten to the point where they're actually just handing these things out to residents. That's, to me, shows that it's very high risk.
Yeah, cops are saying it's on you to protect yourself, civilians. We get paid all this money, but that's to help cover up our buddies when they go out driving, well, after having a few drinks and then not reporting it properly and just saying that their car was stolen after they crashed it. So maybe it was one of these car thieves that stole their car.
I'm not sure if the whole street got it, but when I was talking to my parents about it, they said that they were handing it out to the houses that back up onto the park because they're more of a high-risk area.
Ali Galinsky says her family received the doorstops along with installation instructions last week, just days after police went door to door in her neighborhood handing out pamphlets on auto theft prevention.
It gives you some tips like invest in an alarm system and security cameras, install motion sensor lights, keep your windows and doors locked, trim trees and shrubbery so there are clear views from the street, and don't post vacation plans or luxury purchases on social media.
How is this any different than cops basically telling people, watch what you're wearing when you're out in public so you don't get attacked? Yeah. Like this is putting all of the onus on the people to make it so that their car is the less appealing car to steal on the street. That it's their responsibility not to become a victim.
The move is part of York Regional Police's ongoing efforts to slow skyrocketing car thefts in the region, an effort which includes community engagement and education.
Community Services was involved and created pamphlets and Faraday bags, as you've seen.
So these are the bags that you can go and put your key fobs into and just leave them out for car thieves. Well, if you weren't a car thief before and you're walking down the street and you see one of these bags out, it makes it really easy to suddenly become a car thief.
Those have been dispersed through our community partners.
There's also updated advice for all vehicle owners, a message echoed by Toronto Police speaking at an Etobicoke safety meeting last month. Constable Marco Ricciardi had a new message for vehicle owners who keep their fobs in Faraday pouches.
To prevent the possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else.
And that's a wild assumption right there. Like trying to know the mind of any particular thief breaking into your home. It's like if you're there and somebody is breaking into your home, I don't think you're going to care if they're just after your car or not. Like the fear that would be struck in you, like how do you know why they're breaking into your home? And to just assume this might also give people a false sense of security that whenever somebody is breaking into your home, you can just like go hide in a closet and think, well, they're just after the car. I don't have to do anything. I'll just wait here till they're gone. As opposed to like trying to escape and things of that sort. It's like, oh, no, they're just after the car. I'm completely safe here.
A lot of them that they're arresting have guns on them, and they're not toy guns, they're real guns. They're loaded.
That's why Galinsky says they will be.
Oh no, the guns you see are real guns, not toy guns. I don't think they needed to clarify that. I know he's trying to make that very impactful there. And it's like, no, you gotta be this is a real, serious thing you need to be worried about. We're not just playing around cops and robbers here. No. It's real guns here in Canada.
Be installing the doorstops and taking YPR's advice seriously. But she'd like more action from police as well.
I'm glad they're taking initiative to try to get, in front of the problem and prevent more break-ins and possibly, the ones that are armed and stuff. You don't want anyone getting hurt. So I'm happy that they are taking action. But in terms of what I'd like to see done, I mean, at least when it's in a high-risk area, maybe more patrols.
York police say more than 4,200 vehicles were stolen from this region in 2023 alone. In Unionville, Michelle Mackey, City News.
See, my car alarm goes off whenever I unlock my car, so it's not a prime target. Also, my car is very, very old. Like, seriously, what are we paying them for? Like, I get it. If there's a spike in car thefts and there's no easy solution to these things, but putting the onus on the victims to try to be less of a victim, to make yourself less of a target, to make the theft easier so that you're not hurt in it is just, yeah, there's a lot of socio-economical reasons and, you know, why thefts are on the rise. And those also need to be dealt with. But in the meantime, like the woman said, maybe more patrols around those areas. Maybe actually investigating car thefts after they've happened. Because I've known somebody who's had their car stolen and they reported it to the police, and the police are like, not much we can do. It's just, yeah. Unless the car turns up, there's not much. It's, you basically go and make the report for insurance. Needless to say, this didn't go over well with people. Toronto police backtrack on statement telling you to let thieves steal your car. In a new post on X, the Toronto police have backtracked on an earlier statement suggesting residents should make it easier for thieves to steal their cars. At an Etobicoke community safety meeting in February, a member of the TPS raised eyebrows when issuing a statement suggesting Toronto residents should leave their car keys close to the front door to prevent potentially violent interactions. And we saw that part. Now, judging by a recent post on X, it looks like the police service is backtracking on that statement and offering Toronto residents some new and hopefully better suggestions on protecting themselves. An officer at a recent community meeting suggested that people leave their keys to their vehicle in a Faraday bag by the front door well-meaning, there are better ways to prevent auto theft motivated by home invasions. Learn more. While the statement was made in earnest, a suggestion that losing your car is better than losing your life, it left many Toronto residents wondering how that's the best option. And according to the TPS latest statement, it's not. In order to better protect yourself while also preventing your car from being stolen, the police services suggest parking vehicles in a garage and installing a security system if possible. You can also consider installing a motion sensor that will send alerts to your phone, adding a security film to the window and doors, ensuring all doors and windows and gates are locked, and refraining from posting on social media when you'll be away. Oh. Yeah. Somebody breaks into your home and attacks you and then steals your car, and the cop, well, did you give them the keys, or, was it your fault you got attacked in the first place? Are you okay? What is going on? But, the Toronto Police Service, their annual budget is over $1 billion to keep people safe. Yeah. And their suggestion, leave your keys out by the front door. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to the Sandbox and see. Yeah. So many reasons why certain types of crime are up. And a lot of them, again, socioeconomic. If the cost of living wasn't so dire, because people aren't stealing cars for fun. This isn't Gone in 60 Seconds with Nicolas Cage and Angelina Jolie. Did I say her name right? I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah. No, I think it's Angelina Jolie. Really good movie. I like that movie, actually, Gone in 60 Seconds. Like, it's not like that. It's desperate people trying to get by the only way they know how, for the vast majority of it. Some people are part of crime rings and other things, but a lot of theft just is because people are desperate to get by. And if it's convenient to steal cars, that's what they'll do. If they're part of an organization that does this, they'll do what they need to do in order to, keep from starving and their families from starving. And I get that it's more complex and that some people are part of crime networks and all that sort of stuff, but we can't resolve the problem by simply adding more cops to the situation. And in fact, that often makes it worse. We need other services and programs available, mental health counseling available to anyone who needs it. We need something done about the crisis with the cost of living, with affordable housing. All of that needs to be taken care of, because if you can comfortably afford a place to live, the groceries you need, the medications, get all the health care you need, so much crime would go down. Not all of it, of course, but a lot of it. Anyway, back to the Sandbox. Looks like somebody likes the meows to my intro. Just wait until the stream is over. I have an outro that's a whole bunch of them. That is the late cat Tulip, my sweet little angel. She was so loud. She just had such a unique cry. And if you have another cat, make sure they're in the room. Because her meows set people off, set other cats off. It's so funny. Even the new babies that I got, when they first would hear her meows on my videos and stuff, one of them would just like try to dig into the speaker trying to find out where she is. Kelly Bach asking, did he arrest the bar owners like they did in the US? No, he didn't crash into the bar. That's what happened in the US. He crashed into the bar and then they arrested the bar owners, the police officer. But no, I guess he crashed to somewhere in the field and there was nobody there to arrest other than him. So he took it to a gas station. Oh. Germ, I bet he was furious at the demotion too. Probably. And it's like, unless he is so piss poor with budgeting and finances, like, how would he even know? Like, he's not going to hurt. Because with the other cop that I pointed out who was demoted because of his stalking and threatening of his ex-partner, that demotion was the equivalent to what more than what I get per year on disability. And it just seems so outrageous that they get paid so much to be horrible people. And it's like, well, if you're going to demote him like that, could you at least give me the money? You know, put the money back into the community. People who are living with disabilities could really use that sort of pay increase. For every cop that gets demoted, up the rates for people living with disabilities. That would be nice. Vanessa, just good old boys having a drink, then driving. Cut them some slack. They probably drowning the hardship of being above the law. Yeah. Zero PE. I'll watch the Finkelstein Destiny debate later. I can't watch that clown live. I have to speed up his BS. Yes, I'll probably... Normally I wouldn't watch a debate with Destiny and somebody I don't really know Finkelstein. But from the little clips I've been seeing floating around on Twitter, I'm like, that might be a debate worth watching at 2 speed. And I'm fine watching something that's, I might not even watch it at 2 speed because I usually have something on in the background at all times at my home. because I don't deal with the absolute quiet very well. So when I'm doing chores, if I'm playing games, I always need sound on in the background, and part of it is tinnitus. The other part of it is constant music playing in my head. I think it's an autistic thing for some people, where they call them earworms, where you have a song stuck in your head. I have that 24/7. Different songs at least, it changes. But at any given time, there's a song playing in my head, and when it's quiet, it can get really noticeable. And sometimes, if I'm really stressed out, these songs can get really loud, and so I have to drown it out with other sounds. So I'm constantly having things on when I'm at home. Like even if I'm doing art or anything of that sort, like it takes a certain level of concentration before I don't hear that at all. And when I'm in conversation with people, it's not bad. And when I'm listening to other music, it's not bad. But even sometimes when I'm watching a movie or something, I can still hear the music playing in my head of something else. So it takes a lot of, I don't know. It's been going on since I was a teenager. I remember it started when I was a teenager. And I used to ask doctors about it, but it's not really anything they can do. So in other words, I have no problems watching something that's 4 hours long because I'm probably doing other stuff anyway. And it's nice to have that sound in the background. Let's see. Brenda Knoll, do Canadian cops get to do private security work outside of their police work? I believe so. Don't quote me on it, but I think they can. I do know we have lots of private security here that often work in conjunction with the police, like during encampment dismantlements and things of that sort. They'll often add on private security. I don't see why they wouldn't be allowed, but I don't know for sure. Hello, MIDI doctors. Brenda Knoll saying thieves will just hack your car's fob signal. They don't need to get inside your house for that. With technology the way it is, like, there's all that fear now with people with like credit card scanners that can just go into a crowd, and unless you have your credit card in a certain type of wallet, they'll just pick up information and stuff because of the chips and whatnot. And it's just like, oh. Some technology is great, others not so much. Zero PE. My key fobs stay in my pants that I wore. They're going to have to go through my underwear and pants to get them. Let's see. Brenda Knoll saying, did you hear that the smash and grab thieves hitting stores were actually being coordinated by a wealthy white couple? I heard that story, and Majority Report covered it today too. And yeah, a lot of us know it runs counter to the narrative Anna on TYT was trying to spew. And yeah, it's just, of course it was. It's just, ah. Oh, Scott, 1994. Thank you so much for the $7. Super chat says, for your good work. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you having you in the audience and really appreciate the super chat. 0PE, I miss my old car. I had removable steering wheel on my 00 souped up Honda Civic, LOL. Well, I don't want to give away too much about my car, but I love it. I've had this car for years and years and years, and it's an old car. And whenever I go to pick up somebody or something, I'm like, just look for the sketchy looking black car. Oh, I love that car, but it's yeah. It's old, so I don't know. The air conditioning doesn't work in it anymore, and I don't know how much longer it's just going to run. Then I don't know what I'm going to do, because I used to have help getting cars, but my mom is no longer in position of being able to help me out with that sort of thing. And in a lot of Canadian cities and stuff, if you want to get around, you need a car. Transit isn't the best option unless you want to spend hours and hours to your day adding to just to get anywhere. And there's a lot of places that I like to go to that I need to go to that aren't really transit accessible. So I'm hoping to figure something out anyway when I need a car again. I just like having the freedom of having a car. Let's see. I love going through chat, but I don't want to stay through chat too much because I have all these other things to cover. Okay. Next in Canadian news. Doug Ford claims union chief is lying about him selling off the LCBO. Yeah, that one. It's the union chief who's lying, not Doug Ford. Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, notorious for lying. As somebody pointed out, well, I pointed out in a tweet the other day because I think it was attached to this article. Whenever Doug Ford says he won't do something, he's telling you he will. And whenever Doug Ford says he will do something, he's telling you he won't. Because that's how much he lies. Because you got the Greenbelt, the healthcare services. Now it's the Service Ontario where you go to get like your healthcare card and driver's license and all that sort of stuff being privatized and put into Staples locations. And so does it shock me that he's going to privatize or try to privatize the LCBO? Not so much. The LCBO, for people who don't know, is the liquor stores here in Ontario. And they used to be the only place where you could sell liquors and spirits and all that sort of stuff. You could get wine in other stores, beers in specialty breweries, plus there was the beer store. But other than that, that was the only place that you could get alcohol, government run. Always very, like they were always very nice stores to go into, very clean, well organized, and they just sold the alcohol, so you had to be of age to go in and all that sort of stuff. And I felt that it kept things safer because it wasn't as accessible, easy to steal as if it would be in every store. And, it was good revenue for the government. Premier Doug Ford is accusing a major union leader of lying to members at the LCBO who are in contract negotiation that the government is planning to sell the liquor store to private interests. So he's accusing the working class people of just lying because there's ample proof of him lying. But J.B. Hornick, president of the powerful Ontario Public Services Employees Union, says the Premier is trying to paper over a gradual privatization of the Crown-owned booze retailer that has already seen warehousing contracted out and most jobs lost. Doug Ford can't be trusted, Hornick said Wednesday. Remember, these are the same guys that were trying to sell off the Greenbelt. And this is after multiple times Doug Ford said he would not do that. There's video evidence of him saying he would not sell the Greenbelt, only to then go and sell the Greenbelt. Doug Ford can't be trusted, Hornick said Wednesday. Oh, yeah. Ford's accusations come after unionized LCBO workers held rallies outside his Etobicoke North constituency office and in 10 other cities on Tuesday to draw attention to their concerns. We're going to stand together and do whatever it takes to stop Doug Ford from selling off the LCBO and to protect good union jobs in every community across Ontario, said Hornick. One of the biggest problems when he sells off these things, like the Service Ontario and whatnot, is that the people who've been working there and potentially have really good paying jobs working there then have to reapply for their own jobs at these private companies, and then they're paid you know, minimum wage or something, like just something nowhere even close to what they were getting paid before. It is just absolutely horrendous what they put these workers through, the type of pay cut they get. Like, it's so hard to find just good paying jobs these days that you can go into. And when you have one, just to have it, and the job, if you get it back, would be the exact same, but you'd be getting paid half. That is not true, Ford insisted in Pickering as LCBO contracts talks began. Their leader is actually misleading and, let me be more blunt, lying to their members about us closing the LCBO, the premier told reporters, noting that Hornick is up for re-election in April. Yeah, because when you're up for re-election, that's when you lie, right, Doug Ford? We will never, ever sell the LCBO. Oh, he's definitely going to be selling it then. Definitely. Matter of fact, they're going to be in the exclusive wholesaler for when we do the beer store, the premier said, reference to the expiry of the province's master agreement with the beer store next year. That will clear the way for more beer, wine, cider, and ready-to-drink cocktails to be sold in convenience stores, in addition to grocery and big box stores no later than January 1st. With all products being distributed by the LCBO. That is not a good thing. I do not feel that is a good thing to have that much alcohol available in convenience stores. Call me weird, call me prudish or something of that sort. I don't think alcohol should be that accessible. Because there's something to it, to having it in its own stores where it's much more regulated and controlled and not so easy to get. Like, it just, because, yeah, at the LCBOs, you have trained staff there to make sure everyone's carded properly and stuff. Are you telling me that all convenience stores are going to have that same level of training and, awareness or readiness to check people's ID for it? And, yeah. Or are they just going to want to make the sale? I don't think we need to go too much more into that. I get fed up with his constant privatization of everything, and people are asleep. They're not seeing it happen, or they don't care when it's just this thing or that thing. But in the end, we end up paying more for worse, for less quality products, less quality services, but then we end up paying more. And I want more things to become public, subsidized, socialized. And here we have a government that is trying everything to make everything privatized. And then people wonder why we can't afford anything. And it's the conservatives, like usually the right-wing conservatives, that are complaining the most. And they don't realize it because they still blame the liberals for things that Doug Ford is doing. Or they still believe the lie that, oh, the conservatives will lower your taxes. Go look at your taxes. He's been in power now for 6 years. Are your taxes lowered? Huh? No. Or they do things that would then make it so it's the municipality that has to raise their taxes because the province defunded them in other areas. Just... need a whole, overhaul on how this government works. Let's see. That goes with that. That goes with that. Okay. 2 more quick stories, and then we'll get into queer news, which would potentially lead into the TYT story. We'll see how we're feeling when we get to that. But just wanted to cover this. It's a bit of an update. So I covered how here in Ontario, there were sales going on in synagogues. Oh, right. I was going to use that video. Darn it. I'll have to do it next time I do a live stream. A video of some of the going-ons behind the scenes of the sales of these properties of West Bank homes in synagogues, so illegal sales of homes. And the synagogues were being protested, and some people are saying, how dare you? You're anti-Semitic. You're protesting Jewish people and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, they were protesting the event happening in the synagogues. And fortunately, after drawing protests in other cities, an expo about Israel real estate is canceled in Brooklyn. Good. Cancel them all. They should all be canceled. It is just outrageous that they're even allowed to happen. And then the media just reports it, because that's the one story I covered where you had the Zionists going around with a nail gun, threatening people, attacking people. Again, fortunately, nobody was injured, and he was later charged, saying that it was motivated by hate, of course. But the media did a very poor job as to mentioning why there were pro-Palestinian protests outside of these synagogues. And it's because of the real estate events happening there, where they were selling off illegal land from the West Bank. But pressure is mounting, and fortunately, some of these events are being canceled. Good, let's cancel them all. Just completely outrageous. Just more pressure, more proper media coverage would help. And the next thing, let's see, was right. Okay. So the next story, it's not really a follow-up to a story, but there's a bit of a connection, because I mentioned in a live stream 1 or 2 ago that, I think it was just the last live stream, that the minister Melanie Joly said that Canada was going to give $1 million to Israel to help investigate and support people of sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas, to Israelis that were harmed by the sexual violence from Hamas, and that $1 million and the resources of the RCMP would help go towards that. And then she said in a later statement that, oh yeah, we also care about Palestinian women. I should probably mention that. It's like, it's basically that tweet was an afterthought. And then she also mentioned in that tweet that $1 million was going to go towards the cause. But you see, in the one about Palestinians, it was left very vague as to where that $1 million would go. But in the one about Israelis, it was pretty specific where that $1 million was going to. So I suspect it's the same $1 million. It's not going towards helping anybody in Palestine. It's going towards the supposed victims from the Hamas terror attack. You can go back and watch the videos about it. Actually, I haven't clipped it yet. Right, that's part of the things that I'm going to be clipping soon. I haven't got around to clipping my last live stream. But what I'm trying to say is, unique program that reviews sex assault cases with no charges to run out of funding. Yeah, so this is a federal program, you know, where that $1 million would be coming from, that we could probably really use. A unique Canadian program meant to ensure sexual assault cases aren't closed inappropriately by police is set to run out of federal funding at the end of the month, its national coordinator said. The Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review Program is the only system in the world that brings together frontline experts and advocates to review every police sexual assault investigation that doesn't lead to charges in the areas it operates, according to Sunny Marner, who leads the project. The program was first set up in a few communities in 2016, but drew national attention after the Globe and Mail's 2017 investigation into sexual assault allegations dismissed as unfounded. It's currently in place in more than 24 communities across several provinces, including Ottawa, Kingston, Ontario, St. John's, New Brunswick, and Regina and Calgary. Committees are also in various stages of development in a handful of other communities, some of them held up by the uncertainty regarding funding, said Sunny, who previously worked as the executive director of the Ottawa Rape Crisis Center. The program received a 3-year grant from Women and Gender Equality Canada that's set to run out on March 31st, Sunny said. It previously received a similar grant in its earlier years. The organizers have spoken to the federal government. Yeah. Let's see. So Sunny said it's been apparent to those in the field for decades that the vast majority of sexual assaults reported to police were not leading to charges. What we always hear is this huge emphasis on people saying that survivors are not reporting allegations to police, and I will always say that they're not focusing on the important question, which is that survivors who are reporting, the vast majority of them get sent home without any explanation or scrutiny or oversight, she said. There's no safety net for survivors when their cases don't proceed, so it's entirely about filling that gap. Yeah. So the program has recently come under the spotlight again as the sexual assault case of 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team makes its way through the courts. That's a pretty big story up here that I haven't gotten around to covering because it's bad. It's bad and difficult to cover. Police last month said the case, which was closed without charges in 2019 before being reopened 3 years later, had not been referred to the review program as it should have been. They declined to explain why, and the file was closed in the first place, cutting the court case. Dylan, Carter, Michael, blah, blah, blah. So these are the hockey players, were charged with sexual assault earlier this year in connection with the alleged sexual assault at a London, Ontario hotel. One of them is also facing additional charges and so on and so forth. We need more programs like this funded by the government. And I know in my area there was a sexual assault crisis center that ended up getting defunded as well. Because, of course, you know, the province is they look for anything to defund, and it falls into a mental health category, so it's not exactly considered a priority because it's not like mental health is covered under our universal health care. It relies solely on funding, and it would just be nice to have some consistency, and programs like this are needed. They're needed so much because there's very little incentive for people to actually go to law enforcement when they've been sexually assaulted. And there's so many people out there who have been sexually assaulted in ways that they have no choice but to brush off because they know nothing will ever come of it. Like if you get groped in public, how are you going to report that if you don't know who did it? It was just some random stranger and you never saw them again. They're not going to take it seriously. So where's the incentive to, you know, put yourself through that stress and strain when the vast majority of cases aren't even investigated properly? Like a lot of the ones I know in my area were being labeled as unfounded, as in, oh, well, they were both drunk or something, so it wasn't really sexual assault. Like basically telling the person, yeah, we don't think it was really a criminal assault here that happened to you, so on your way. And yeah, it's just so much more needs to be done, and there needs to be a cultural shift. Again, it always comes down to there is no one surefire way of solving these things. It's multi-leveled, multi-layered, and all of them need to be dealt with at the same time. But instead, what we're running into is those layers being stripped away. Like the small little safety nets that we do get into place, the small little things that are helping, are being taken away before there's even any concrete evidence or to show that it works, you know? Anyway, one more quick story, but first, no, let's do the one more quick story, and then we'll check the Sandbox and get into queer news. So all in the United States, I know right now there's that news story about TikTok in the United States and saying how they have to sell it off, and there was a vote in the Congress, but it still needs to go through the Senate, so it's not guaranteed that it's going to happen, where they're going to force TikTok to sell off and all that sort of stuff. Well, did you know that here in Canada, the same type of thing is happening? Federal government reveals it ordered national security review of TikTok in September. I think I actually wanted to listen to part of this.
Made public. Brett Caraway is an associate of speech for its users. Meanwhile, back here at home, there are reports a national security review of the app was conducted last year by the Liberal government. The review and its results have not been made public. Brett Caraway is an associate professor and program director at the University of Toronto, teaching in the area of media economics. He joins us now with more insight on this. Thank you so much for being with us here today, Brett.
Thanks for having me.
So we're just hearing that the Canadian government did do this national security review of TikTok last year. I'm wondering if you could touch on what the privacy concerns could be associated with this app.
Most of the privacy concerns that I hear have to do with the way in which TikTok would handle user data. In the United States, that's led them to try and locate their servers that handle most of the user profiles within the contiguous borders of the United States. And, conceivably, maybe Canada would be looking for a similar arrangement with TikTok.
So when we look at what's going on,
one of the things that is just so frustrating about this is like, oh, private security information, blah, 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 blah. It's wrong when China does it, but completely fine when the Canadian government does it to us. Is there even such a thing as having your personal information private anymore online, or is it just constantly being sold? Everything you do online, every time you have to check that you agree to the terms and services, even if you don't, in order to be able to use an app or a program or to get an email and all this sort of stuff, our information is constantly being sold. But suddenly it's a problem when China does it. And I'm kind of less concerned about China knowing this information about me, because where are they going to do? I'm not going to China. And like, it is just, I have more distrust in my government tracking my personal information, because there are repercussions I could face because of it. If they're tracking you, if you're going to protests and rallies and things of that sort, and labeling you as a rebel rouser and whatnot. Like, I don't like any companies just constantly buying and selling information and making people commodity to begin with. But it is just, now that China has this company that's exploding in popularity with social media and the young folks, well, now it's a problem suddenly.
South of the border, what really needs to happen for this bill to become a law?
Well, it's got to make it through the hurdles that await it in the Senate. Senator Schumer hasn't committed, as far as I know, to bringing it up in the Senate, although President Biden, I believe, has signaled that he would be willing to sign it if it reached his desk. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens as it winds its way through the Senate.
And, we've been hearing the concerns coming from U.S. lawmakers when it comes to TikTok. But how does, this app differ from other apps like Meta's Facebook and Instagram? You have Twitter. I mean, social media is popular amongst all of us all around the world here. But is it simply the ownership that is of concern here?
That's what my interpretation of these reactions have been, starting with, a while back when we saw everybody from the United States and Canada, New Zealand, institute a ban on having the app installed on government employee mobile devices.
So that includes Canada. So in Canada, there's another article I was going to share that basically covered the same information, that said that, yes, in the Canadian government, TikTok is banned on all government phones as well.
It really appears to me to be mostly a byproduct of escalating tensions between countries like the United States and Canada on one hand, and then China on the other hand. I don't see that there's much of a difference between TikTok and other platforms from Instagram, X, Facebook, with respect to how they treat user data. I think this does have to do with concerns over the ownership structure, but even there, it looks to me like policymakers are confused about the actual ownership structure of TikTok. It's not as straightforward as they make it sound. The ownership structure
I'm
that
just going to
they
skip
are referring
ahead.
We know that young people account for most of the app's users.
platforms are designed to incentivize.
I was just wondering if that went more into the Canadian details of it. So the federal Liberals order a national security review of the popular video app TikTok in September 2023, but did not disclose it publicly. Interesting. This is still an ongoing case, and we can't comment further because of the confidentiality provisions of the Investment Canada Act. A spokesperson for the industry, Minister François Philippe, said, "Our government has never hesitated to take action when necessary if a case under review is found to be injurious to Canada's national security." So this comes after revelations of the United States, blah, 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 blah. As you know, Canada made the determination that no government phones or devices can have the TikTok app. That's a matter of security and safety, Trudeau said Tuesday. Oh, Thursday. Trudeau said Thursday. And yet, so many other apps are available for them to use that are just as insecure and easy to data mine and hack and all that sort of stuff. But and Trudeau said, "I can't comment on national security reviews." A TikTok spokesperson says the company continues to cooperate with the government's reviews of TikTok investment in Canada. The spokesperson says the company remains committed to ensuring the safety and security for the platform. The millions of Canadians, creators, artists, and small businesses who rely on TikTok to earn a living, find community, and create jobs. And you see, this is where I feel. Because the same thing was happening with Twitter under Elon Musk and it being taken apart. They're not just simply a place where people go and post videos or tweets or messages. They're not simply social media. These are community groups, support networks, ways that people are making jobs and monies and lives. And when you threaten to take that away or for it to go away, you're threatening some people's livelihoods, some people's security, some people's social networks to begin with, like overall, the places that they go to feel safe. And to be so callous about it, the government, because they don't like this one because it's China, is just, they don't get it. They just don't get it. Like when I joined Twitter, my world opened up because of the community I was able to find there. And I was able to express myself and understand myself better. And now a lot of that's going to be taken away if Elon Musk continues on his path. Other people who might have been able to have these same revelations won't be able to go there because there isn't a site quite the same as Twitter. Just like there isn't a site quite the same as TikTok. And sure, another one might come around and might be as good or even better. But you have to rebuild your networks from scratch. You can't necessarily find everyone you used to know in your old networks. And to start over from scratch for some people just means they won't be able to start over. Like if I had to start my YouTube channel anew after all the work I put into it just to get it to where it is today, I don't know if I could. The amount of work and time and energy and effort and resources and networking I've had to do just to get it to where it is today. And if I had to start from scratch, I don't know if I could. So, under the law, certain investors have to notify the government when they acquire control of the Canadian business or establish a Canadian business. The industry minister can then launch a review by sending a notice to the company saying that he has reasonable grounds to believe it could be injurious to the national security. Cabinet can take measures like making investors sell part of the business or sell shares or allow them to continue operating as long as they agree to conditions. The Canadian government publishes statistics about investments and reviews investors' country of origin. In recent years, a majority of these have been from China. Let's see, I just wanted to get down to, where is the statistic? There's a statistic, and I might be looking right at it because I'm doing the find, and it says that it's here. Oh, there we go. It's just out of view. Okay. Nearly 30% of Canadian respondents to an October 2022 survey by Toronto Metropolitan University said that they were on TikTok. That's a big percentage of people in this country that are on TikTok. For many Canadian creators who make TikTok content, the U.S. market is paramount, says Scott Benzie, Executive Director of Digital First Canada. The organization advocates for digital creators and has in the past received funding from TikTok. If a ban actually goes through the U.S., Canadian careers on TikTok are over, he said. In addition to losing audience reach for creators who earn money through sponsorships, obviously most of these brands want to connect with the US audience, and if that's not a possibility, then that money just goes away. TikTok is his biggest platform, and the majority of his audience in the United States. He became a full-time content creator 2.5 years ago, says a person who is on there. Yeah. And as Aaron Reed points out, a reminder that one of the biggest pushers of a national TikTok ban is Heritage Foundation because they truly believe that TikTok turns kids trans. A large number of trans and queer youth depend on the platform for information and to have a voice. I oppose the ban. And that is, again, the sense of community that people have and built, and the anonymity that some of them have on these platforms. If they're in a community or a home where they're not allowed to express themselves, not allowed to have those conversations, at least here they have an outlet. And these outlets are under threat. And you start stripping away all the places that queer and trans kids feel safe. It's making it really difficult for them to survive, because it's also the attacks at schools, making it so that, students might be outed to their parents, or they're not allowed to say gay at school and all that sort of stuff. It's just constantly stripping away the places these kids feel safe. And soon they'll be left with nothing if these right-wing bigots have their way. And that will lead into the next big chunk of what I'm going to be covering. But before we get to that, let's check the sandbox. Looney Tunes 9000, Doug Ford always lies. That he does. Brendan Knoll, I was on our regional bus service website. It asks you when you want to arrive at your destination. I put 5 a.m., 5:30. The options it gave me was that hardly helpful. And Uber is 52. Not too sure what that's in relation to. Grand Theft Autobot, more hockey, sexual assault. Man, those asshats are making my sport look bad. I don't know what you mean by more, but this could be the same case that you might be thinking of, because this case has been in the news for a couple years now. Pretty severe case of a junior hockey league, a bunch of their players gang attacking a woman. Fill in the blanks. Zero PE. Wow, Canada really does just do whatever the US does. Shake my damn head. We might have done this first. United States and Canada, it's not too much difference between the countries other than we have slightly better healthcare. Brenda Knoll, but no one cares what Facebook and Google do with our information. Exactly. That information is constantly being sold, and I remember back during the election there were scandals around it and how it was being used and how it was being used to target people, and it was just like how much of that information was actually sold to Russian companies during the election or something like that. Like it's just, yeah. Zero PE, this is counterinsurgency plan. And simple, they don't want young folks getting radicalized further. Yeah, the young people seem to really be aware of what's happening, and I think partly because they have no hope. It is for the older generations, there was still that hope that you could have a job and things would be okay, but I think Gen Z now knows there's no chance of them meeting the cost of living in any reasonable sense, because they'll need to have multiple jobs, have to have roommates, the thought of being able to afford to have a child and all that sort of, like, having a normal life is now almost unattainable to a lot of people in Gen Z. So what do they have to lose at this point to really become, radicalized and make a stand? Okay. I think I'm pretty much caught up there. Ooh. I'm just looking at time because the video segment from TYT is 20 minutes long. And so if I'm going to break that down, like, because that segment is 20 minutes long, and then the article that they reference is really long. So I'm not going to go through the whole article. But I don't know. Where's everyone's energy at? Do you think you still have energy to go through a TYT segment about them attacking or misrepresenting what a trans, what is opinion columnist writer is saying? Because I also want to cover the next story, but it might also be better for me to just cover the next story and this TYT issue in a completely separate stream, if that makes any sense. Like maybe tomorrow afternoon, and then that way I would also have a little bit of time to get my ducks in a row, get my notes together. So some people saying that they have the energy. Well, Looney Tunes 9000 definitely has the energy. Mudbuds has the energy. Grand Theft Autobot, still that junior hockey incident is an indication of a really bad epidemic in hockey. It is. It is. Most institutes, especially ones that are male-driven, all of them are bad. Like, there's been scandals in every big institution I can think of. You have the military, the RCMP, different police departments, schools, churches, different sports teams, Boy Scouts, like all of them have networks of abuse going on that are being hidden. And so much of it is like, there's the misogyny that's involved with it, the patriarchy that's involved with it, the wanting to keep men all high and mighty and clean from, like, there's just, it's a cultural issue that infects everything. And it boils down to like the white supremacy patriarchy. Also, comedy groups. I remember comedy groups had issues, improv groups had issues. Like, it's just all of them. All of them. Looks like people are wanting me to cover the TYT thing. Okay, well, there's some other queer news that I wanted to cover, and then I think I'll make a 2-minute break, and then we'll cover like Nex and the TYT stuff. But there's other queer news that I wanted to get to as well. Let's see. I'm looking at it. Oh, okay, so this thing that I wanted to cover will take a bit more time, so I can leave that for a different stream. Actually, Sorry, I'm just looking through what I have up on my docket. Well, why don't I go through the queer stuff, the Nex Benedict stuff, and then I'll take a break, and then we'll do the TYT stuff. How does that sound to people? And there is one good news story in the queer news too. So there's that. Okay. So yeah, I'll cover the other queer stories, the Nex Benedict story, and then we'll take a 2-5-minute break, and then we'll get into the TYT stuff after I've maybe gone and eat like a whole bunch of chocolate and sugar to spike me up. Okay. So I do have one part, so there's a certain part I'm going to leave till next time, but right now I'll cover this. I've covered stories from the National Post on this channel a few times already, and one quite recently with the Sweeney, I forget her first name, basically the boobies, the boobies thing, the whole, oh, there's a white woman with boobies. We can now say white women are beautiful. Haha, your own left. We've owned the left by saying a beautiful woman is beautiful. Haha. That was the National Post that did that. National Post also regularly has anti-trans articles. They also were the ones posting in support of Judy Gold's performance of the stand-up comedy fundraiser for the Friends of the IDF. In other words, the National Post is a right-wing rag, and everything they do on it is very biased and skewed and blah, blah, blah. Another case in point. National Post, first reading. Supreme Court decision says that the word woman is confusing and unfortunate. And this was causing a bit of a stir on Canadian Twitter. And of course, like all the comments under this are like, oh, this dehumanizes women. Now we're supposed to be called a person with a vagina. This decision alone should be enough to remove all authority from the Supreme Court. It's based off a easily unproved discriminatory fantasy, blah, 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 blah. Lots of people quote tweeting this like, oh, freedom of speech. They're trying to cancel the word woman, and on and on and on based from this headline. And I haven't read the article, but I'm sure it fits in line with what this is saying, that, you know, the Supreme Court is saying the word woman is confusing and that it's unfortunate. However, that is a severe misread of the situation. And this person spells it out a little bit more. Content warning on here. There's going to be talk of sexual assault. So from Peter McLeod, this is wildly deceptive and seems to be a blatant attempt to spin a niche argument about legal errors into a culture war fodder. The Canadian Supreme Court did say the term a woman in a ruling was confusing, but the problem was with the a, not woman. In short, there was a case where a woman said she woke up to discover a man penetrating her. The man said she was mistaken. The trial judge wrote that it is extremely unlikely that a woman would be mistaken about that feeling. The man appealed, saying the judge had committed a legal error. The term a woman equals any complainant, so the judge was making a speculative assumption about the generalized human behavior that was not grounded in evidence. The Supreme Court found that while the a woman phrasing was unfortunately worded, the trial judge was not making a generalized statement, but rather grounding his findings in the specific woman's testimony. So the issue here was the perpetrator of this violent crime was trying to say, well, you know, the judge was saying that, speaking on behalf of all women, that all women would know this, and if it's all women, then, you know, you how can you specifically say this woman or something of that sort? Whereas basically, like, the judge should have said, it's highly unlikely this specific woman in this case would be mistaken about that, instead of trying to make a generalized statement about all women, because how can you prove that? How can you prove all women would know that this is an issue? How can you do that? And that's what the scumbag was trying to get away with. The court uses the word woman 27 times in this decision. Hopper completely fabricates the insinuation that the court was saying the judge should have used person with a vagina instead. You can read the decision yourself here. So basically, the people writing this article was saying, oh no, they used the word woman instead of person with vagina. Right-wing heads explode. This is horrible. Our Supreme Court is trash. When it's like, no, that had nothing to do with it. Nothing. It really was nothing to do with it. It is, again, just the way the media will twist stories to go with whatever they want. And the National Post is particularly bad for this right-wing framing. And this isn't even framing at this point. This is just outright blatantly misleading. It is purposeful in what it's doing. And Faye Johnstone is just saying, never underestimate the willingness of a rich, cis, conservative, gay people and so-called allies to sell out the rest of us. So Melissa Lantsman is an MP here in Canada and conservative. And she is replying to this, let's click here. So she is actually replying, quote tweeting to this National Post article, saying there's nothing confusing about the word woman. It's common sense. It's not hateful, bigoted, wrong, or unfair in any way. This is just complete nonsense that moves nothing forward. It's not progress. Here's a definition from the Oxford English Dictionary. So here we have politicians feeding into this right-wing framing, when again, the issue wasn't with the word woman, it was with the word a. Basically one letter. That was the issue, was a single letter, not the word woman. And this is just more about the MP that we just spoke about. So the new generation of gay conservative sellouts opinion. Melissa Lantsman and Eric Duncan's refusal to call out their party's transphobia as betrayal of the LGBTQS plus community. Never underestimate the willingness of rich, cis, conservative gay people and so-called allies to sell the rest of us. Let's see. I don't think I need to go over all of this. I can post it in the description box below for people who would like to read all of it. So let's just skim through some of this. Following federal conservative leader Pierre Poilievre siding with transphobes in his opposition to gender-affirming care for minors, his remarks at rallies about so-called gender ideology, and most recently his comments in support of banning trans women from women's washrooms, not only have Duncan and Lantsman refused to speak out, Lantsman went so far as to define Poilievre's comments. Asked about his stance by the Hill's Time last week, Lantsman said, "I think the leader has made his common-sense conservative position very clear, and our caucus stands by it alongside most Canadians." In 2006, under Conservative leader Stephen Harper, it seemed like common sense to oppose marriage equality. Most Canadians opposed it. The whole Conservative caucus voted against it. Lantsman, after publicly urging the Conservatives to shed their homophobia in 2019 op-ed in the Globe and Mail, is now happy to support a leader who opposes the rights of some in the LGBTQ+ community, trans people. When the Hill Times asked Michelle Rempel Garner, who is historically been vocal ally to the LGBTQ+ people within the Conservative Party, she literally ran away from the reporter Chelsea. Similarly, Scott deflected questions on the issue. When I tagged Lantsman and Duncan in social media thread on expressing concerns about Poilievre's rhetoric 2 weeks ago, Lantsman resorted to a cheap partisan attack on my nonpartisan self instead of answering my question. It seemed there's no low she won't sink to cast a bad light on Trudeau. Yes, it's always the right that is making this a political issue as opposed to what it is, and that's just simply a human rights issue. This isn't about politics, it's about human rights. Let's just skip down to here. I can only hope Lantsman and Duncan, alongside supposed allies of queer people in the conservative movement, recognize what's at stake for the whole queer community. If Poilievre continues with his anti-trans politics and rhetoric, I can only hope that behind closed doors, if nowhere else, they're pushing Poilievre to course correct. I doubt that. I doubt that so much. Poilievre crossed the line by opposing transgender rights and echoing the rhetoric of anti-LGBTQ+ groups. Human rights shouldn't be partisan, nor should they be politicized. We need all of you, queer and allied conservatives, be you an MP or a party activist, to speak up, because our whole community will pay a price otherwise. Yes, queer conservatives, just why? Why are you constantly supporting a party that hates you? That wants to strip you away from your rights. I don't understand how there can still be queer conservative members of parliament or queer Republicans, because after they get what they want when it comes to trans folks, gay rights are going away too. Like, it's not going to stop at one group. It will never just stop at one group. It keeps on going and going and going. Oh, Let's just set up for the next shot. So we will be talking about Nex Benedict in updates to his story. And from everything I've read, I've come to understand that Nex's preferred pronouns were he, him, but they, them are also used. So I'm going to attempt to use he, him. I'm sorry if I mess it up. Sometimes I can stumble. Especially with stories where I've already used different pronouns. This is an update to his story after. So Nex was attacked in the bathroom at his high school by a group of girls, and he hit his head and was taken to the hospital. And the next day, he was found dead. Now, the first assumption was that he had a head injury, a concussion or something that led to the death. And the police were very quick to brush it off and saying that the attack had nothing to do with his death. And a lot of people were very skeptical of that. So a federal investigation was launched and more information has come out, and now evidence is pointing towards a suicide. And a lot of the people on the right are using this as a moment to be like, no, we told you, which is gross. But also, it doesn't let those girls who attacked him off the hook. It doesn't let libs of TikTok off the hook that he didn't die in that specific attack. Because it's the environment and everything that led up to this that led him to feel like there's no other way out. And they might not have been the ones to have ended his life directly, but they definitely had something to do with it. And we can get a little bit more into the details. So this is from Advocate. Nex Benedict died by suicide, says Oklahoma medical examiner. Let's see if I can make this bigger. The Office of the Chief Medical... Let's start that sentence over. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Oklahoma has concluded that Nex Benedict, a 16-year-old trans non-binary student of Indigenous heritage from Owasso High School, whose death has been sparked widespread concern and debate, died by suicide. The medical examiner's one-page summary report identifies the cause of death as combined toxicity from diphenhydramine and fluoxetine. A full report will be released on March 27th, according to the department. So this medication is commonly known as Benadryl, and the other one to use used to treat allergy symptoms, and the other one is recognized as Prozac. So basically, Benadryl and Prozac combined is apparently something that people who attempt to take their life tend to use quite frequently. On February 7th, Benedict, who used he, they pronouns, was assaulted in a school bathroom. Later, Benedict's grandmother took him to hospital, where body-worn video from Owasso police officer revealed that the teenager had been bullied relentlessly for their gender expression before the assault. The following day, Benedict was in distress at home and taken to the hospital, where they were later pronounced dead. Benedict's death has highlighted the critical need for increased awareness and resources dedicated to mental health and well-being of LGBTQ+ youth. Sarah K. Ellis, the president and CEO of GLAAD, issued a statement to the Advocate challenging the adequacy of the investigation and calling for greater accountability. Ellis highlighted the critical need for a persistent inquiry and transparency from Oklahoma's law enforcement and government entities, particularly in cases involving the safety and well-being of vulnerable students like Benedict. Ellis expressed skepticism regarding the sparse details provided by the medical examiner's report on Benedict's death. There is nothing in this one-page document to explain why the medical examiner checked a box. Ellis noticed. Media must have learned by now that they need to continue to question what they get from law enforcement. The government entities in Oklahoma have so far failed to protect vulnerable students and responsibly provide any information that is critical for student safety. She further emphasized the broader implications of Benedict's case, emphasizing the dire need for a societal shift towards protection and acceptance of LGBTQ+ youth. Nex Benedict and all LGBTQ and two-spirit, transgender, and gender nonconforming youth deserve a world that fights for them to be themselves, to be free from state-sponsored bullying and discrimination, Ellis remarked. She also called on the media and public officials to remain vigilant in holding state leaders accountable for safeguarding all youth from harm and ceasing harmful policies. So it goes on to talk about the whole situation. So the full thing will be coming out in about a week, March 27th. A full report will be released on March 27th, where we will then be getting more details. I'm not entirely sure, even with this evidence, that you could rule it as a suicide. Unless there's a note or a statement of some sort. It could just be an overdose. And a lot of suicides, the way that they get reported, there's a good chance he didn't want to die, but maybe was just in a very low spot and wanted the pain to end. Because a lot of people go through the motions of taking too much medication and stuff, not because they want their life to end, but because they want the situation they're in is unbearable. And Nex had to face this bullying, not only at school, but on social media from very powerful, influential social media accounts like Lips of TikTok, who had previously targeted one of his teachers, a teacher who was very supportive of him and people like him. And when it comes to things like this, there's a lot of gray area as to who is at fault. And there's one kind of analogy I can think of in my head when it comes to tragic stories like this. And as somebody who has dealt with suicidal ideation quite regularly, it's almost like if somebody were to spike a diabetic's food with sugar every now and then because they thought it was funny how that person would then act once they got that spike of sugar. But no real harm was done. You know, they just did this from time to time and could laugh at it. But then one day they do this because, again, they just want that laugh. But that person then dies that day because what that person who spiked the food with sugar didn't know was a few other people had also done it that day. And that the person was under medical stress for other reasons. And there were other underlying conditions that all accumulated into this one point that this day was just one too many. Had those girls not attacked Nex in the bathroom and sent him to hospital, had the school not then suspended him and blamed him for it, there's a strong possibility he would still be here. When you get bullied like that, it accumulates. It's one day can be worse than others, but if it hadn't happened that day, then there's a good chance that he wouldn't have felt so cornered, that he could have made it till the next day. And maybe the next day, something would have happened to lift him up, to make him feel better. It sounds like he was in a very supportive household, that he just needed a little bit more time to process what had happened. But because of the stress and everything that happened to him, it was taken away. And those girls who attacked him now won't be held accountable at all because, oh, well, he did it to himself. When those girls also need help because they attacked him for him just living his life. So they've been filled with hatred from their parents, from their culture, and they're going to grow up and potentially do this type of behavior again to somebody else because they got away with it. Like I'm just there's so much here, and I'm trying to think of the best ways to say it, to express it. Like accounts like Libs of TikTok has absolutely led to the deaths of young people, of queer people who could no longer handle the strain, who had nowhere else to escape, and then suddenly being blasted on their platform, making them a target, making them feel exposed to the world, was a bit too much. Because when you have nowhere to escape, or if everywhere you look, all you see is hatred being thrown at you, what options do you have left? And this is where I was talking about, when schools become hostile environments for people who are queer, if they don't have a safe place at home, and they don't have a safe place on social media because of accounts like Libs of TikTok, and the only safe place they had was their school, but then the teachers who were supportive get fired or they're forced to quit and the students start attacking them there, where else do they go? It really is such a sad, sad story. And the right is just starting to treat this like, see, it wasn't our fault. They were just mentally ill. And they don't want to take any accountability for the fact that their actions absolutely led to Nex's death. Had it been those girls who attacked him in the bathroom, or had it been a suicide? But again, I'm not entirely sure it was an active suicide attempt. Unless there's some sort of note or a statement, I don't think Nex was trying to kill himself. I think it just went a bit too far. I think he was just trying to look for a way to escape, and unfortunately, it went further than he was planning. So Ari Drennan says every trans suicide is a murder. Remember Nex Benedict. I want to be crystal clear here. A trans kid was jumped in a school bathroom and beaten unconscious, and the school responded by suspending him and sending him home. Deaths of despair are not blameless. Our children deserve to believe in a future. Owasso Public School and Owasso Police Department have done everything possible to divert attention from this story, and we should take this report with a grain of salt. Nex deserved an independent medical investigation. And the surf's just saying only the sickest minds would try to use a teenager's suicide to defend herself as if somehow better than dying from physical bullying, especially when Libs of TikTok falsely accused a teacher who was supportive of LGBTQ plus students at the school of being a groomer. And so Libs of TikTok seems very happy with this news, just saying, breaking, the medical examiner just released Nex's cause of death. He tragically died from an overdose. The left used this tragedy to attack Libs of TikTok, and media lied about stories for weeks, insisting that I was somehow responsible for Nex's death. You were. Libs of TikTok, Chaya, Haya, whatever, Rychek, you were. You have some guilt in this. This one is just talking about the walkout. Owasso High School students organized a walkout on February 26th to protest what they described as pervasive culture of bullying that often goes unpunished. Kane, one of the organizers of the walkout, who asked to go by first name only to protect his privacy, said at the time that students had speculated that Nex may have died by suicide. But to Kane, who is non-binary, the key contributing factor to Nex's death was bullying. There's been bullying issues. This time the bullying has gone so far that the student has passed, Kane said ahead of last month's walkout. To me, it doesn't matter if Nex passed from a traumatic brain injury or if they passed from suicide. What matters is the fact that they died after getting bullied, and that is the story for so many other students. I've been close to ending it myself because of bullying. It's not new for so many students. And this was the tweet that the Libs of TikToks had sent out attacking the teacher and making it so that he had to step down. This actually got a lot of attention. President Joe Biden actually put out a statement, which, you know, I wish it didn't take a story as tragic as this one to do it, but I'm glad he did. It's something I've been asking for quite some time, is for the Democrats to actually speak out against this. Because for as many faults as Justin Trudeau has when it comes to queer issues, he speaks out. He's quite vocal. He'll push back against the Conservatives and name them. But so much in the States, I see Democrats not saying anything. So to have this statement come out, I really appreciate it. So, statement from President Joe Biden on Nex Benedict. Jill and I are heartbroken by the recent loss of Nex Benedict. Every young person deserves to have the fundamental right and freedom to be who they are and feel safe and supported at school and in their communities. Nex Benedict, a kid who just wanted to be accepted, should still be here with us today. Non-binary and transgender people are some of the bravest Americans I know, but nobody should have to be brave just to be themselves. In memory of Nex, we must all recommit to our work to end discrimination and address the suicide crisis impacting too many non-binary and transgender children. Bullying is hurtful and cruel, and no one should face the bullying that Nex did. Parents and schools must take reports of bullying seriously. My prayers are with Nex's family, friends, and all who love them, and to all LGBTQI+ Americans for whom this tragedy feels so personal, know this: I will always have your back. To LGBTQI+ youth, young people across the country, you are loved exactly as you are. If you're feeling overwhelmed or alone, you can call or text 988, the National Crisis Hotline, and dial the number 3 to talk to a counselor who has been specifically trained to support LGBTQI+ youth. It's a good statement. I just wish it didn't take this tragedy for him to speak out on it. And this one was just tweeted out. It's a meme from Adam. May you never know the fear of having your human rights challenged every time there is an election. And may you never know the pain of watching loved ones vote against your right to exist fully, equally, and authentically. And here is somebody who is speaking at the school board on behalf of Nex, addressing it.
I understand we have one speaker, Mr. Walter Masterson. Mr. Masterson.
A more, woke school board would see the death of a child and work to make sure it never happens again. Not this board. This board sees a dead kid and says, that's a good start, because this school board signed up to protect all children. And by all children, they mean these children, not so much these children. Hate us if you want, but we're the good guys. We want to let kids be kids, and there's nothing more unnatural than a teenager experimenting with their identity. It has never happened before. and should be punished. We're the good guys. We'll spit on a kid's grave, blame the parents, and tell our teenagers to hit them harder. We're the good guys. When we heard that a trans child had been beaten to death, our state senator, Tom Woods, immediately released a statement. We don't want that filth in Oklahoma. We can call children filth, even the dead ones, because, we're the good guys, right? And if we're wrong, if God doesn't want us driving off the lepers and deviants and worshiping the bankers, if our God doesn't want us casting the first stone, if our God doesn't want us loving people despite their differences, well, if we're wrong, then I guess I'll see you all in hell. Thank you.
The Republicans, conservative right-wingers, constantly trying to say that they're the good ones, when it's their actions that are leading to so much harm, so much hurt, so much death. But they'll constantly say we're the good ones. We're just looking out for children. So long as they do exactly what we want, how we want, be exactly what we think they should be. If they stray anything from what we think our God deems them they should be, then, well, in that case, then we don't look out for them. In that case, it's better for everyone if they just go away. Really, really sad. And there's another powerful statement from Wob Canoe, not about Nex, but about LGBTQS plus kids. It's a good statement.
I also want to clean up the mess caused by the PCs when they want to act like people who use different pronouns are something that our children need to be protected from. I am a parent with kids in the public school system. My colleague from Union Station, my colleague from Kirkfield Park are not people that my kids need to be protected from. In fact, if my boys grow up to show some small measure of the courage, integrity, and grace of my colleagues, I will die a happy man knowing that my work as a father was successful. We are going to continue calling this out each and every single day because the real thing that kids in Manitoba need to be protected from is hatred and bigotry. I also want to...
So that is Wob Canoe, Premier of Manitoba, leader of the NDP there. Now, please go search the landfills like you said you would. Mentioned that in my last live stream. I'll be clipping that from my last live stream for those who don't know what I mean by that. Yeah, he needs to do what he said and follow up and have that landfill searched. Okay, so before we move on to the TYT story, how about some good news? A Japanese court says denying same-sex marriage is unconstitutional and calls for urgent change. Around the world, it's getting better in some places. Getting worse in others, but in some places, it's getting better. A Japanese high court ruled Thursday that denying same-sex marriage is unconstitutional and called for urgent government action to address the lack of any law allowing for such unions. Plaintiffs in the LGBTQ plus community in Japan cheered it as giving them hope for change towards equality. The court does not have the power to overturn the current marriage laws, which has been interpreted to restrict marriage as between a man and a woman. Government offices may continue to deny marriage status to same-sex couples unless the existing laws is revised to include LGBTQ plus couples or a new law is enacted that follows for other types of unions. The Sapporo High Court ruling said not allowing same-sex couples to marry and enjoy the same benefits as straight couples violates their fundamental right to equality and freedom of marriage. The case was brought by 3 same-sex couples who appealed 3 years ago after a lower court recognized the unconstitutionality of excluding same-sex couples from marriage equality, but dismissed compensating claims for their suffering. So, yeah. Step in the right direction. Go Japan. Some places around the world are getting far more progressive, while other places are whiplashing and going the other way and trying to strip away all the rights that people have fought so hard to get. Okay. So, I will read a few comments from the Sandbox, then we're going to take 5, and we'll get into the story about TYT. Okay. Grand Theft Autobot, why is this so outrageous? If I'm called a person with a penis, I don't think I'd mind. It is factually correct. Yeah, it's... I have a longer video essay I'm working on about Anna Kasparian that I've mentioned it before, about the PPD podcast she did. And I'll get into that type of language in that video. And it's taken me a long time to do that video because I'm going over some of her appearances on other shows with a fine-tooth comb, and some of the things that I'm putting together from that. Wow. Like, I'm not sure if many people on here know. Like, a lot of you know she was on the Stitch and Adams show. And that's when she said, she was afraid to talk to people outside of her own race. Amongst other things. But did you guys know she went back on? And she was on with Stitch and Adam, and there was a 4th person on the panel with her. Shoe on Head, who was very excited and happy to speak with Anna. It's a 2-hour-long conversation. Another one. Gone over that with a fine-tooth comb, and there's some interesting tidbits in it. Huh. Sorry, I'm not going to be going through too many of the comments. I just, yeah. I want to have some energy for the next one, although I'm pretty sure once I get into it, I'm probably going to spike in energy. 0 PE, suicide my S. That kid was concussed. I'm sure that didn't help, but with what the medical examiner comes out, if they say it was from an overdose, then so be it. But it doesn't mean that those girls who attacked him weren't responsible for it. Grand Theft Autobot, maybe not directly a result of the attack, but come on. Like, the constant bullying attacks, etc., had absolutely nothing to do with what happened. Yeah, it's... Brenda Knoll, did they even examine her brain, or did they just call it as soon as they found any drugs in her system? I imagine when the full report comes out, that detail would be there. So this is just the statement, the coroner saying that it's a suicide, but those types of details would be in the full report, which is coming out on the 27th. So that's why even now I'm still reluctant to refer to it or think of it as a suicide, because unless there's a note or some sort of declaration, then it could just simply be an overdose, an accidental overdose. maybe because the combination of those medications made him feel better for reasons and he accidentally took too much. Brenda Knoll, they don't say anything about how he reacted to Benadryl. Most people get sleepy, but there's about 25% of us that don't get sleepy from it. Shade Dragon, it's almost impossible to overdose from Benadryl unless you get a dose via an injection in the ER. They're saying it's a combination of the Benadryl and the Prozac, which apparently, from what I've heard, is something that people mix for attempts to end life. Shade Dragon also saying the way it's being reported is de facto admission that the Nex Benedict was okay. The ER needs to be investigated. Okay, I think you're wondering if the medication was given to Nex in the hospital. Again, that's something the full report would probably have. And his grandmother would probably know if he was given anything in the hospital because she was there with him. Zero PE, teaching kids right-wing ideology is child abuse, in my opinion. Yeah, teaching children to hate doesn't help them to become good people. Yes, I think the toxicology report will be in the full medical release. But that's the thing, when it comes out, it could open up a whole new can of worms. Vanessa saying, words are pretty, but you know what would actually work? Passing laws to punish and persecute bigots and reform the police so those not enforcing those laws are fined on the spot. I think you're talking about Biden's message, and I agree, more needs to be done on a legislative level, federally and statewide. But this is the first time I've seen a Democrat forcefully really speak out on a specific case like this. And to have it be the president, because a lot of it is just, you know, it helps with the overall culture and the attitude. It's kind of like when I'm worried about Pierre Poilievre, he wants to start stripping away trans rights. At a federal level, he won't have the power to do a lot of what he wants to do, but just the messaging alone will lead to a culture of hate, an environment of hate. So to have other leaders speak out publicly and let queer folks know that there are people in power who do support them and care for them. Again, it part of it is messaging to help change the culture. Because when all the Democrats stay quiet about it and all you hear are these right-wing bigots, it really makes people feel alone and isolated. So more absolutely needs to be done. But, you know, credit where credit belongs. And him just saying that, I think, is really good. I'm a fan of The Boys. I haven't watched Gen V yet. I plan to. For people talking about The Boys in the chat. Homelander is, yeah. And all the online discourse of right-wingers not understanding that Homelander isn't the sympathetic hero of the story. Atticus Among Us. My question, where would a kid learn the combo is dangerous, which makes me wonder more if it was accidental. That type of stuff can be found online fairly easily, unfortunately. Okay. So I'm at the bottom of the chat, the Sandbox. So I'm going to play the letter hack ad and take a quick break. And then we'll get into the TYT story. Why not? Oh gosh. Yeah, it's probably going to be an hour. So this is going to be a really long stream. So everyone, go get some sugar, caffeine, refreshments, something to keep the energy going, and meet back here in 5 minutes.
Hi there, I'm the Letter Hack, the cartoonist for the left. Are you sick and tired of hearing the news reported by overpaid shills for capitalism? Have you had enough of being lied to by corporate-funded cable news hosts? Then you're probably looking for an alternative to legacy and mainstream media. Well, so am I. And believe you me, there are plenty of other voices on the left doing good work speaking truth to power. Every week I use my platform to promote them in order to make sure you know that you have options when it comes to listener-supported podcasts, newsletters, articles, and media activism. But there's a catch. I'm an artist and a big nerd, so whether I'm interviewing a guest or showcasing a particular indie news outlet, there's always art involved. So, if you're desperate for a change in who you get your news commentary from, and you're a fan of pop culture, comics, and art in general, check out youtube.com/theletterhack. Live streams are every Monday night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, but I'm creating more content all the time, so hit subscribe to make sure you get notified. Don't miss out. After all, the need for independently funded left-wing media isn't going anywhere, which means there's plenty of work still to do. So come hang out, watch me draw for a while, and learn about alternatives to the mainstream. That's youtube.com/theletterhack.
We're back. Well, I'm back. I don't know if you're back. Are you back? I'm back. Ah, got myself a Diet Coke, some chocolate, some cat pats. Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh. Just looking at the Sandbox again. Yeah, Lanier jumped on my lap as soon as I turned the ad on, so you guys missed that, but he might be back later on. Hello, guys, are doing great. Frodo's been eating, but it feels so bad. I give him a daily medication to help with the nausea, and he hates it, and I hate having to chase him around to give it to him, and he's very wary of me now when I approach him, and I hate how I have to trick him sometimes, because if he walks into the room when it's around the right time for me to give him the medication, then I have to quickly go and shut the door so he can't get in under the bed, and yeah, I just really, really wish he had an easier time with the medication, because it's really been helping, and he's been eating lots. Oh, come on up. There we go. There we go. We got a Lanier. I got a new brush for them that I found at Walmart. It's thick, and it has like these thick rubber grips on it, and I use it, and oh my god, the amount of fur that it like just strips them of fur, and I'll be using it on Lanier, and Lanier's just like it's the best thing ever when I use it on him. The amount of fur that brush pulls out of them, wow. Because the babies shed like crazy. Sorry, Lanier, I don't want you on my lap for this. Oh, I don't want you on my lap for this. Cats make the world livable. Yeah, you do. You do. Him and his little shark fin goatee. Can you show everyone your little shark fin goatee? Your little goatee? Your goatee. Okay, come on. You gotta go down. You gotta go down. Ah. Because I might get animated during this. Oh. Oh, this one isn't just about Anna, by the way. This is about Cenk and Anna because they were both covering this story. I have a video essay that I'm working on specifically about Anna, but this is a clip from TYT. Now, the article that they reference in it is quite long, so there were parts of the article that I was going... Basically, I'm just trying to say, I hope I get to everything and say everything that I'm planning or hoping or wanting to say on this, because... yeah. Just trying to put some thoughts in order in my brain. Oh, okay. So, I have a Twitter friend of mine, Emo Dragon, brought my attention to a segment on TYT. Now, I don't watch TYT regularly anymore, and other from clips that I see on Twitter, I don't even watch YouTube videos of TYT anymore. But Emo Dragon let me know that there was this one that they were doing about a trans columnist in the New York Times. I think it's the New York Times. We'll get to it. And I was intrigued and was wondering, okay, what could this be about? And fortunately, I still had access to that video because if it's in your recommends and it's live, as long as you don't refresh the page, you can still click on it and still watch it and stuff. And I was able to watch it, but just in case it disappears somehow, I recorded it as well. And yeah, they're talking about a columnist, and she's a trans woman. And the way that they painted her in a light, like the way that they said I watched the whole segment. And after watching that segment, I thought to myself, okay, they found one of the fringe cases, because, you know, in every movement, there's always going to be the extremes of the extremes. And because they're saying that she is okay with children like 3-year-olds fully transitioning and surgeries, and oh no, the horror, and that she's okay with kids having surgery, and on and on and on. And I thought, okay, so maybe they found that one fringe case, because TYT is very good at finding those extreme fringe cases. Like not too long ago, they did a segment on one kindergarten class who was using a weird curriculum based on like CRT and socialism or something like that. So they'll find these like super fringe outlier cases and present that like it's some sort of trend, which it's not. It's just like this one-off. And so even in the trans movement and stuff like that, you're going to have people that are really far out there. And knowing TYT the way that I know TYT, I was worried that they found this one case and was presenting it like, oh no, this is a horrible person. This is a trend of where the trans movement is trying to go, and on and on and on. So then I looked up the article that they were referencing. To say they misrepresented it is putting it mildly. Wow. Just they were so far off base from what she was saying. It is oh, what's the word when they purposely mislead you? Misconduct, media misconduct there with how they presented this columnist. So we're going to watch the clip of TYT, and it is about 20 minutes long, but I'll try to jump in from time to time, and we'll actually go over parts of this article, which is a very long article, so we're not going to go over the whole thing, but we'll try jumping back and forth, and hopefully I can get all my points in there. But just absolutely horrid reporting, biased, one-sided reporting on this.
Okay, Anna.
All right, so there was a piece in New York Magazine, I think worth talking about.
Oops, I still have that sped up, don't I? Well, let's backtrack that. We'll do this at normal speed.
Watch on YouTube, who watch in other places, just put in tyt.com/join on your phone and then check it out later and see if you can or not, okay? Anna.
All right, so there was a piece in New York Magazine, I think worth talking about. So let's get into it. The far right, or at least some elements of the far right, have been fear-mongering about gender clinicians performing sex change surgeries on literal children in order to galvanize hatred toward the trans community. Now, that isn't something that is happening with these gender clinicians. It isn't something that's widespread among children who identify as transgender. But unfortunately now, in a New York Magazine piece, a writer by the name of Andrea Long Chu, who happens to be transgender herself, is arguing that children should be able to get sex change surgeries. But
No, she isn't. Oh, she is not. She did not say that. No. No. I read the article, top to bottom. She never said, she said children should have access to care, to sex change care, which would include presenting as the gender you identify with, possibly changing your name, but before a certain age, like not even hormones or puberty blockers when you're a child, like that. No, she said that children at all ages to have access to care, to care.
She goes even further than that, writing in the piece titled Freedom of Sex, the Moral Case for Letting Trans Kids Change Their Bodies, that, quote, we must be prepared to defend the idea that, in principle, everyone should have access to sex-changing medical care.
It's right there. Sex-changing medical care. That does not include the word surgery at any age.
Regardless of age, gender identity, social environment, or psychiatric history.
Wow.
Okay, this is the article in question here. So what she is talking about when it comes to psychiatric history in particular is right now there's a big constraint out there for people who are trans that they have to prove that they suffer from some sort of body dysmorphia or some sort of basically mental health condition in order to qualify for any sort of treatment into trans care. And she feels that type of restriction shouldn't be there, that if somebody feels that they're trans, they shouldn't have to then jump through all these psychiatric hoops of trying to prove that psychologically somehow they have body dysmorphia or something in order to receive the care that they want. You know, it's, you know, she wants to remove that barrier. I'm trying to like there's yeah, I'm trying to remember like which paragraph specifically she's talking about this, but yeah. I think it starts okay, so let's go from, oh, here we go. I guess it's this one. The left must reckon with its part in this. So part of, am I just going to end up reading this whole article? Let's start from the beginning of the article right here. One often hears today that gender is a social construct, the idea sometimes credited to the book Gender Trouble, published in 1990 by a handsome young philosopher named Judith Butler. In fact, sociologists began thinking of gender as a social achievement distinct from sex as early as 1960s. What Butler proposed was a more radical, that the repeated citation of gender norms, things like wearing heels or drinking scotch, produce the illusion of a biological sex, just waiting to be infused with meaning. For Butler, gender was performative, a term they borrowed from philosophy of language, where it referred to the sentence that seemed to do things. I promise, for instance, a phrase that rarely makes a promise. Gender, too, was a kind of promise. It's a girl, one that, because it was a non-anchored in biology, had to be constantly reaffirmed through performative acts, thus allowing the dominant norms to be renegotiated or even subverted. Butler's example was drag performance, by which exaggerated the normal rules of gender, acted as an allegory for the way everyone performed gender every day. These ideas were tremendously influential in the formation of gender studies, but two principal criticisms of Butler soon arose. The first was that they had effectively denied the reality of biological sex. After all, there is a big difference between a drag queen and your average woman. The second was Butler had made a gender sound like something you could voluntarily opt into. Butler would spend the better part of their career trying to acknowledge the materiality of sex, even as they downplayed its relevance, while fending off the idea that gender could be assumed through a spontaneous act of will. It was not as if they wrote, one simply woke in the morning, pursued the closet or some more open space for the gender of choice, donned that garment for the day, and then restored the garment to its place at night. What Butler could not have anticipated some 30 years later, people really would be waking up one morning and choosing a new gender. At least this is the impression one gets from the debate now raging in this country over the rights of transgender youth, a rapidly accelerating campaign that has united the far right, the liberal center, and certain feminists on the left. Last year, the worst so far, Republicans introduced hundreds of bills that would ban gender-affirming health care for minors, restrict participation of trans kids in sports, and force schools to out students to their parents. They are increasingly turning their sights on adults. Around half of all transgender youth, some 140,000 kids and teens, now live in a state where minors have, or may soon have, no legal access to gender-affirming care. To whom should they turn? The New York Times regularly runs stories playing up the perils of youth gender medicine. The author of Harry Potter is anxiously projecting her fears of sexual assault onto them from across the sea. The public increasingly believes that what the kid calls gender is really just trouble. Depression, anxiety, autism, family dysfunction, peer pressure, or social media, any of which, not to mention the universal awkwardness of puberty itself, are better explanations for why a child might question their identity. So basically saying, there has to be a reason, a mental health reason, some sort of thing going on in a person's head in order for them to simply just question their gender, other than they simply are a different gender than what was assigned to them at birth, that they just feel, you know what, I'm a girl, or I'm a boy, or I'm neither. That somehow there has to be some sort of explanation as to why they reached this conclusion, other than it is what I feel like inside. The left must reckon with its part in this. It has hung trans rights on the thin peg of gender identity, a concept clumsily adapted from psychiatry and strongly influenced by both gender studies and the born this way tactics of the campaign for marriage equality. This has won us modest gains in the level of social acceptance, but we have largely failed to form a coherent moral account of why someone's gender identity should justify the actual biological interventions that make up gender-affirming care. If gender really is an all-encompassing structure of social norms that produces the illusion of sex, critics ask, why would the affirmation of someone's gender identity entail a change to their biology? As a result, advocates have fallen back on the clinical diagnosis of gender dysphoria, known until about a decade ago as gender identity disorder, defined as the distress felt at the incongruence of gender identity and biological sex. That the idea that trans people fundamentally suffer from mental illness has long been used as psychiatrists to decide who qualifies for transition-related care and who does not. By insisting on the medical validity of diagnosis, progressives have reduced the question of justice to a question of who has the appropriate disease. In so doing, they have given anti-trans movement a powerful tool for systematically pathologizing trans kids. How to respond to all this? Butler's new book, Who's Afraid of Gender, is one attempt, and it promises to ignite another round of public conversation about trans rights when published later this month. They write well of the global panic over gender ideology and acknowledge the theory of gender performativity seems questionable in light of subsequent criticisms. But they continue to treat gender as the more promising terrain for political struggle. The suspects that even after all these years, Butler is afraid of the sex. One suspect, okay, pace myself as I'm reading these. One suspects that, even after all these years, Butler is still afraid of sex. They are not alone. Many trans advocates worry that if they concede to the significance of biological sex, as opponents of trans rights deem they do, this will thwart their political claims. The focus on gender, given its substantial psychic and social components, appeared to be more plausible ground for self-determination, but this fear has left a vast swath of political territory open to anti-trans movements, which now hides its repressive goal behind the rhetoric of neutral biological fact. Let's see, It seems to me this fear we can no longer afford. To confront the reality of biological sex is not, by definition, to swear fealty to the reality. No one knows this better than a child who wishes to have their biological sex changed. We must be able to defend this desire clearly, directly, and crucially, without depending on the idea of gender. Back in the 1970s, sociologists hypothesized, I can do this, hypothesized that the withering away of gender roles in a liberal society would lead to a decline in the number of people who wanted to change their sex. We may now say this hypothesis was wrong. An increase in gender freedom has coincided with a rise in the number of people wishing to change their sex. For these people, sex itself became a site of freedom. This freedom is not unprecedented. Many Americans, though they may not realize it, already enjoy a limited version of the freedom to alter their sexual biology. What is new is the idea that this freedom can be asserted as a universal right by a group as politically disenfranchised by the young. This is why the anti-trans movement is so desperate. It is afraid of what sex might become. So again, we're just basically, what she is saying at this point is the ability for children to just identify which gender and sex they feel like they are inside. It's not about having the surgeries as a 3-year-old to change their sex. Let's go back to this.
Okay. So I want to give you a little more and then Cenk, share your thoughts. So she says, many Americans, though they may not realize it, already enjoy a limited version of the freedom to alter their sexual biology. What is new is the idea that this freedom can be asserted as a universal right by a group of politically disenfranchised, by a group as politically disenfranchised as the young. This is why the anti-trans movement is so desperate. It is afraid of what sex might become.
Again, this is just the ability for children to be able to voice how they're feeling and to maybe start gender affirming care, not surgeries.
So she already kind of like frames it as you are part of the anti-trans movement if you don't co-sign to the idea that children should be able to get sex changed. And by the way, like,
she didn't actually say that. She didn't say that if you don't agree with me, you're anti-trans. That's not what she said.
We're not simply talking about puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. We're talking about literal surgeries.
No, we're not.
Okay.
No, we are not. This is not what the article is talking about. It's not talking about surgeries being done on children. It's talking about gender care, sex change care for children, not surgeries.
So I'm gonna let you weigh in and then I'll share my thoughts.
Yeah, okay, I read the whole piece and it was drivel. Look, I'm trying.
If he's read the whole piece and he thinks it's drivel and he doesn't understand it and he accuses other people of understanding it, then I really question his reading comprehension level.
Really hard not to use harsh language here, but it made no sense at all. It didn't even try to make sense. So
it made sense.
So I was kind of disappointed that people in the I guess, pseudo-intellectual community look at drivel like this, think it's brilliant or interesting, or don't even understand it. So she kept making the point that anyone who doesn't agree with her is anti-trans and therefore evil and therefore wrong.
She never said that. Cenk has a very weird way of putting words into the mouths of people who push back on their stance, Cenk and Anna's stance, when it comes to trans people, that if we push back at it at all, we're calling them fascists, what we're not. Okay, the author never once said that people who are even anti-trans are evil. She doesn't say that in the article. The article isn't even about that. He is putting words in the article that were not there. She did not frame anything in this article about people who don't agree with her being evil.
She never actually substantiated any of her claims.
Yeah.
She never explained why children, regardless of age, I mean, think about that. What, 3-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 11-year-olds? I mean, what are we talking about here? She said, but she was very, very clear, no age limit at all or psychiatric disorder.
The whole article is explaining what he doesn't seem to get here. And again, she never mentions like specific age when it comes to surgeries and stuff, but she does mention, this doesn't mean that a super young child should automatically get testosterone if they're interested in a football. We'll get to that part in it. It is also age appropriate gender care.
And you should be able to have sex-changing medical care. So I read this incredibly long, boring, uninteresting, wrong piece looking for, because I'm open-minded and I'm pro-trans rights, massively.
Does he even know what that means? Like, does he know what it means to be pro-trans rights? Because a lot of his actions, a lot of the articles, segments that they do about trans people had the opposite effect.
So, historically so, right? We were probably the first show ever that were in favor of trans rights anywhere, okay? So so I'm waiting for her argument. So tell me why children have enough volition to be able to go through sex-changing surgery, because that is a bold claim.
That would be a bold claim if it was in there. Let's see, I need to make this a bit smaller so I can find the parts in it that I wanted. So let's just go over, I guess, another part of this article, because I didn't want to necessarily read the entire article, but I don't want to miss the parts that I actually wanted to get to. Well, let's just bear with me while I scan through this. So in this, darn it, I think I'm just going to be ending up reading the whole article. A decade ago, when Time magazine memorably declared the arrival of the transgender tipping point, the public was dimly prepared. Let's make this bigger. To accept that trans people were like gay people, that it is safe, legal, and rare. The successive corporate boycott of North Carolina over its 2016 law restricting trans people use of restrooms seemed to bear this out. Even candidate Trump considered bathroom bills a losing issue, but the nation's first pang of a dutiful charity had rapidly subsided, in no small part because the focus has shifted from adults to children. So basically, the right wing was trying to target adults when it came to bathrooms and things of that sort, and it wasn't working. It wasn't doing what they wanted. So then it's like, well, let's change tactic a bit and make it about the kids. We'll target kids. We'll say that this is about keeping kids safe. And that is when a lot of this ramped up. In 2018, The Atlantic published a long cover story by the reporter Jesse Singal called When Children Say They're Trans, focusing on clinical disagreements over how to treat gender-questioning youth. The story provided a template for coverage that would follow it. First, it took what was threatening to become a social issue, hence a question of rights, and turned it back into a medical issue, hence a question of evidence. It then quickly suggested that since the evidence was debatable, so were the rights. Yeah, if you need to have some sort of medical reason in order to transition, then that means it's a right dependent on that you don't have the right to transition if there's no underlying medical reason is what the right wing is trying to get at, or even a lot of people on the left and the center, apparently. This tactic has been successful. The political center has moved significantly on trans issues. The public now appears to favor protection for trans people from discrimination in employment, housing, and public spaces, in line with the Supreme Court's 2020 ruling in Bostock and Clayton versus Clayton County. But a growing majority of Americans also believe gender is determined by sex at birth, and even more, almost 70%, oppose puberty blockers for trans kids. Three main tendencies compose the anti-trans bloc in America today. The first and most obvious is the religious right, principally Christian movement that holds that trans people are an abomination and that gender ideology is part of a broader leftist conspiracy to corrupt the youth. The second tendency is also obvious. If smaller gender-critical feminists, better known as TERFs, this group has its roots in the lesbian feminism of the 70s. Today, the acronym, which originally stood for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist, is used to describe any feminist who justifies her anti-trans views by citing women's rights. These views include the idea of gender must be smashed rather than affirmed, that women constitute a sex class on the basis of their shared biology, and that trans rights frameworks expose NATO women to sexual violence at the hands of trans women who are imagined as predatory males. Most TERFism in the US is imported. TERFs have their strongest foothold in the UK. Now, this next paragraph I found to be super interesting and very descriptive of a couple of hosts on the TYT network that are currently featured in the video that we are watching. But the most insidious source of the anti-trans movement in this country is quite simply liberals. Butler, in their survey of the political landscape, misses the liberal faction altogether. I suspect this is because the anti-trans liberal sees himself as a concerned citizen, not as an ideologue. He is neither radical nor a feminist. He is not so much trans exclusionary as he is broadly skeptical of all social justice movements. He is a trans agnostic, reactionary liberal, a Tarl. The Tarl's primary concern, to hear him tell it, lies in protecting free speech and civil society from the illiberal forces of the woke left, which, by forcing the orthodoxy of gender down the public's throat and viciously attacking anyone who dares ask questions, is trafficking in censorship, intimidation, and quasi-religious fanaticism. On trans people themselves, the Tarl claims to take no position other than to voice his general empathy for anyone suffering from psychological distress or civil rights violations. Sound familiar? Sounds like a certain group of centrist liberals that we might know. You know, it's I'm seeing a lot of TYT influence in this statement here. So far, has anyone caught the part where she's like, oh, and trans kids can have surgery? Have we seen that yet? Anything even remotely close to that? No, it's not there. It's not in the article. So far, the biggest thing that she is saying is that trans people shouldn't have to tie getting their care to being diagnosed with some sort of mental illness. So the leading voice for such ideas in the United States is the Times. In the past several years, the paper has vigorously normalized the idea that sustained public debate over the rights of trans kids is not only justified but urgent. In 2022 alone, it devoted more than 28,000 words to the topic of trans youth, including a lengthy New York Times magazine piece by staff where writer Emily Beslon on the unexplained rise in trans-identified teenagers. These papers paint a consistent picture. Genuine transgender people, its reporters suggest, are a very small clinical population of adults with a verified mental illness whose persistent distress entitles them to gender-affirming care like hormones therapies, transition-related therapies. Trans-identified youth, whose numbers are told are small but growing, are beset by comorbidities like depression or autism spectrum disorder that stymie clear diagnosis, yet they are being rushed into life-changing treatment that many of them may later regret, as evidenced by cautionary tales of people who detransition later in life. To make matters worse, the overheated political moment inflamed by both right-wing backlash and the stringent tactics of trans activists is preventing the medical establishment, which is trusted implicitly, from coming to a sober consensus. Okay, at the time of the paper, at the same time, the paper consistently refuses to treat transition-related care the way it would any other healthcare matter. Last year, the Times ran a story on a small Missouri gender clinic that had been overwhelmed by unrelenting surge in demand. But the paper did not present this as an issue of access, as it is done with the national shortage of affordable home care or the inundation of abortion clinics with out-of-state patients post-Dobbs. Rather, the demand itself was suspect, a result of poorly explained psychological and social forces that had bewildered experts whose warnings were, as usual, being drowned out by activists. Indeed, the average Times reading liberal is left-wing with impressions that, because politics obstruct the slow work of scientific consensus building, trans people's best shot at receiving health care is to stop asking for it. Let's see. Just talking about more of the people like Jesse Singal who are painting pictures. Trans skeptics have seized on the idea of rapid onset gender dysphoria, a term proposed by public health researcher Lisa Littman in 2018 to describe children with no history of gender variance who suddenly develop gender dysphoria as a result of social influences and manipulative coping mechanisms. The study was a sham. It surveyed parents, not kids, whom it recruited from trans skeptical communities online, and it assumed that clusters of trans kids were proof of societal contagion as opposed to, say, self-selection. The idea that children were being unduly influenced by the internet was especially rich, coming from participants harvested from a private Facebook group, but the general notion that trans kids have confounding diagnosis and high rates of desistance, the natural fading of systems with age, has proliferated throughout the anti-trans movements. So, let's see. Again, just bear with me as I'm trying to find parts to skip to. Or if I am going to skip all of it. I don't know. I might end up reading all of it. Now, to be clear, the Taro will typically acknowledge the existence of a group of fully developed adults who medically verified gender dysphoria is so persistent and distressing that the argument for compassionate care outweighs the Hippocratic prohibition on harming perfectly healthy bodies. The basic strategy here is to create a kind of intake form with exactly two boxes on it. Every trans-identified person is either a participant in a craze or certifiably crazy. Checking both boxes is permitted. There is a touch of genius to this approach. It draws a bright line between the kids who say they are trans and the kids who really are, while pathologizing all of them as either delusional or dysphotic. This line is as old as gender medicine itself, which for decades was careful to distinguish impersonators and fetishists from the true transsexuals. So in most cases of gender variance, the Taro informs parents that it is perfectly healthy for boys to wear dresses and for girls to climb trees, regardless of their biological sex, which need not be altered after all. He reassures them that the risk of suicide among trans-identified youth has been inflated by clinical activists trying to blackmail the public. What he means by that is that he does not think most kids are suicidal enough to be trans. In those rare instances of true misery, he advises the practice of watchful waiting, preferring to see the patient through the often irreversible changes of puberty to adulthood, when their childhood experience of gender incongruence will finally acquire a weight of medical evidence. If only she had said something sooner. So, basically, a lot of people are, what she's trying to say here is that a lot of people are okay with adults going through the surgery because by that time they're so messed up by being forced to go through a puberty that doesn't match their gender ideology that it's clear that, oh, yes, this person is legitimately transgender, as opposed to some of those people who are just part of a fad. You know, we need to separate the legitimate trans people from people who are not legitimately trans by some sort of diagnosis that we're giving them, because the only reason why somebody would legitimately want to transition is because of some sort of overwhelming mental health issue making it impossible to live in the body they currently have. Trying to get to the point of this is obviously not a vision of justice. It is a response plan for an epidemic. This should not surprise us. The very simple fact is that many people believe transgender is something no one in their right mind would ever want to be. The anti-trans bloc has in general targeted children because Americans tend to imagine children both as a front of pure, unadulterated humanity and as ignorant dependents incapable of rational thought or political agency. This has allowed the movement to infantilize not just kids, but all trans people, whom it only wishes to shepherd through the ravages of mental illness and the recklessness of youth. If the liberal skeptic will not assert in mixed company that there should be fewer trans people, he still expects us to agree on basic humanitarian grounds that at least there should not be more. It is quite possible, for instance, to believe that cancer patients should have the access to aggressive treatments with potentially life-altering effects, while also sincerely believing that in a perfect world, no one would have cancer. We will never be able to defend the rights of transgender kids until we understand them purely in their own terms, as full members of society who would like to change their sex. It does not matter where this desire comes from. When the Tarl insinuates again and again that the sudden increase of trans-identified youth is unexplained, he is trying to bait us into thinking trans rights lies just on the other side of a good explanation. But any model of where trans people come from, any at all, is a model that by default calls into question the care of anyone who does not meet its I can read this word in my brain, but not out loud. Profile. This is true of the old psychiatric hypothesis that transsexuality resulted from uteral exposure to maternal sex hormones, as it is of the well-meaning but misguided search for genes that cause gender incongruence. Is most certainly true of the current model of gender identity as consistent, insistent, and persistent, as LGBTQ plus advocates like to say. At best, these theories give us a brief respite from the hail of delegitimizing attacks. They will never save us. We must prepare to defend the idea, in principle, everyone should have access to sex-changing medical care. Medical care. We're not talking surgeries. Regardless of age, gender identity, social environment, or psychiatric history. This may strike you as I can read these words in my head, but not out loud necessarily. Virgintenuous task. The good news is that millions of people already believe it. So, again, she's not saying medical surgeries regardless of age. She is saying sex-changing medical care, which includes counseling, hormones when appropriate, puberty blockers when appropriate, but gender care also refers to just being able to present as the gender you identify with, to change your name, to change the clothing you wear, that sort of thing. Back to the video.
Is a variable.
Like, I wouldn't let kids drink alcohol at 3 years old or 11 years old, etc. But you want me to allow them to change their sex? So I was so.
We're just saying that if a 3-year-old presents as one gender and wants to say that they want to present as in their gender, then let them. If the little boy wants to wear a dress and be called a little girl, then you call her a little girl. If a little girl wants to dress like a boy and be called a little boy, then you call him a boy. That's what they're saying for a 3-year-old.
So curious what argument she had. She never presented one. It was amazing.
The entire article is her argument. It's lots of words there for her argument.
It was the height of arrogance.
Well, she provided examples of what she believes are medical interventions that adults have, which again, she believes can be described as sex change, procedures or medications, for instance, that have an impact on your biological sex. So I'll give you an example that she provided, which really stood out to me because I think that it's to say that this is just meant to maintain the sexual identity of women, I think is it's false. There's more to it than that. So she gives the example of women who are menopausal and who go on hormone replacement therapy. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some examples of what she said about that. Many women, all right, so let's go to graphic 9 here. So many women really did find hormone therapy effective for a wide range of menopausal symptoms, from hot flashes to vaginal atrophy. And in 1992, Premarin was the most prescribed drug in America. That's a hormonal drug. Women, after all, have the right to remain women. Gynecologist Robert A. Wilson had written, they should not have to live as sexual neuters for half their lives. So she provides that as an example of like, look, here are, menopausal women who take hormone therapy in order to maintain their, identity as women. But it's not just simply about that. It's about, let's just keep it real. Menopausal women feel like crap. right? The hot flashes, they're not fun. So sure, if there's a part of it that maintains their beauty to some extent, right? There's some evidence that it keeps your skin clear and whatever. But aside from that, a lot of women who do hormonal therapy like this, it's because of how they're feeling as they're going through menopause and how difficult that process is physically. So,
Yeah.
And what does that have to do with their argument about what's happening with kids? Like, where's the connection there?
By the way, we're talking about adults. We're not talking about children.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about changing their biological sex through surgeries, that is not reversible, guys. Like, it is.
But she's not talking about that. And there's another point in here that I wanted to, that she makes that really helps to frame it. Because when it comes to things like menopausal women taking hormones, let's see, I think it's next. Right. So this is about somebody who, okay, I think I just need to start from the beginning of this paragraph. So this is a story of somebody who, Angie's, as she is known today, had I'll just start from the beginning of this. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to read the whole article. Hopefully I don't end up reading the whole article, but this connects into the point that I want to get into. In October 1958, a young woman appeared at the UCLA Department of Psychiatry with an unusual complaint. Angie's, as she's known today, had supple breasts, smooth skin, and a narrow waist. She also had, much to the consternation of her boyfriend, a typical set of male genitalia. In interviews with psychiatrist Robert J. Stoller, Angie's related how she had been raised a boy but had always believed she was a girl. A belief confirmed at puberty when she naturally began developing breasts. Testing showed that Angie's lacked a uterus or ovaries, but that her testes were producing high levels of estrogen, satisfied the doctors surgically replaced her genitalia with a vagina constructed from penile and scrotal tissue. Stoller, who had become quite fond of Angie's, saw evidence for his theory that endocrine system had a strong determining role in a person's conscious or unconscious awareness of their biological sex. So again, this surgery happened to an adult. This is a surgery that happened to an adult. But let's read a little bit further. He and his colleagues in Los Angeles has taken to calling this gender identity. Years later, Angie's casually divulged the truth. At age 12, disturbed by the onset of a perfectly typical male puberty, she had begun taking her mother's estrogen pills. She is not an example of a biological force that subtly and inadvertently influences gender identity, as I had reported, Stoller admitted in a 1967 book, Sex and Gender. She is a transsexual. Angie's had simply told the doctors what they wanted to hear. But why did her mother have estrogen pills in the first place? In passing, Stoller noted that the latter had been prescribed a synthetic estrogen following a total hysterectomy that included her ovaries. In other words, she was one of the millions of 20th century women who would be prescribed estrogen for treating symptoms of menopause. In his 1966 bestseller, Feminine Forever, the gynecologist Robert A. Wilson argued that menopause was basically a hormone deficiency like diabetes that could safely be treated through estrogen therapy. He claimed his patients were part of a new sexual revolution, that they had supple breasts, smooth skin, and legs that looked good in a tennis skirt. After Wilson's death, it would become out that he had been receiving payments from the makers of Paramin, an estrogen medication derived from the urine of pregnant mares. Nevertheless, women really did find hormone therapy effective for a wide range of menopausal symptoms. from hot flashes and so on. So women, after all, have the right to remain women. Wilson had written they should not have to live as asexual neuters. So that's the quote from the TYT article. So when Angie's visited UCLA, she did not need to prove that a right to a female biology existed. She was simply trying to convince the doctors that this right applied to her. In fact, the vast majority of Americans long believed everyone has a right to keep their biological sex. The prospect of forcible sex change is the stuff of horror movies. So everyone has the right to keep their biological sex. Interesting. The prospect of forcible sex change, horror movies. The Times ran a front page story about an anonymous man later identified as David Remire, who was raised a girl after a botched circumcision destroyed his genitals. That's actually a Canadian story. And he later on went to... So during the botched circumcision, they decided that it would be best to just remove his penis completely and raise him as a girl because of how horribly this had gone. And they forced him to wear dresses and referred to him as a girl and all this sort of stuff. And it later came out later on in his life that he was a boy, that he always knew he was, like, he had always known he was a boy. And he ended up actually committing suicide because of what he had been through. His story is popular in the anti-trans literature because alongside the general depravity of the affair, it appears to prove that gender has an inescapable basis in biological sex. David knew he wasn't a girl, no matter what the doctors did to him. He told Oprah Winfrey he had never fit in as a girl, preferring to climb trees and play with trucks, even as his mother tried to convince him that he was simply a tomboy. This, of course, is the exact conversation many trans kids are having with their parents today. What David's story actually illustrates is that we are perfectly comfortable with sex changing when we understand it as changing back. This happens more often than one might think. The historian Jules Gill Peterson has also shown that earliest testaments in the field of gender medicine were developed to correct intersex children by bringing their ambiguous biology within the range of what society considered normal. Even with these treatments, the later were later charily extended to transsexuals. It is often the assumption that some original biological sex, perhaps endocrine and natural and in nature, was being excavated. Let's see. But as the medical understanding of sex ballooned to include things like gonad development and hormone activity, so did the risk of losing one's sex as a result of age, hereditary disease, physical trauma, and the side effects of medical treatment. This was just the cleverness of Angie's plan. She presented herself as a person who, just like her mother, needed to become female again. In fact, following the removal of her testes, she candidly discontinued her secret estrogen pills, leading to mood swings, hot flashes, and so on. So what it's trying to say is that society is okay when it comes to sex change surgeries when it's changing the person back to where people believe this person should be. So Angie's was able to convince doctors way back when that it was okay for her to have her sex change because she was actually a girl since birth. And, you know, this was just changing her back to that as opposed to she was born with a son, which would typically align with what a male is, and that she needed to change to something that was different than what she was born with. So for some reason, society seems to be okay with one and not the other. it skips down to the real question is which sex change can be affirmed and why. It so happens, for instance, that GnRH along with also used to delay puberty in kids. So this means your average Alabama Republican now ostentatiously believes it should be a felony to give a child the same hormone blockers his mother may have used to conceive him. Our politicians may rightly protest that the same drug is being used for very different purposes, but the point is, it is the purpose of sex change and not the change itself which determines its acceptability. And that's the good statement there. It is the purpose of sex change and not the change itself which determines its acceptability. So these types of sex changes happen all the time, but sometimes it's questioned as to why it's okay, and other times it's perfectly fine that people get it. This is why sex-affirming care has historically entailed both withholding of sex change from some and enforcing it onto others. Like most fields of medicine, it has a bloody underbelly of coercion. The vaginal surgeries tested on enslaved women in the 1840s, Alabama, the testicular transplants performed on gay men in Nazi Germany, and surgical modification of infants with atypical genitalia, which continues to this day. So again, so far, has the idea of sex change surgeries happening on children come up at all? That, if a 5-year-old boy says that he is a girl, that means that we should immediately do a sex change surgery on them. That's not in the article.
It is not a small thing. It is serious. It's something that should be taken seriously. And there is a reason why we treat children differently in society, right? For instance, our criminal justice system treats children who might commit a crime, even if it's something as serious as murder. They are treated differently in our criminal justice system for good reason. They do not have the mental maturity to be treated similar to adults. Same goes for the issue of consent. There is a reason why we have laws indicating that children cannot consent to sex with adults.
Yeah,
that is a crime.
This is not, look guys, this is not much of a debate. This is absurdity, maximum absurdity. Of course, 7-year-olds can't consent to sex with adults, of course, right? And so do I really need to prove that point? So of course 7-year-olds can't consent to sex change operations. At one point she blithely says, well, if they change their minds later, so what? They could just change it back.
No, they can't.
That's not what she says in this article. So on the idea of consent, there is a point in here. Let's see. So here she's talking about part of the reason of the construct of why sex is attached to biology and what that means, and let's just skip down. This is a sex as biological capacity in this sense. it is no less of a material resource than water or wheat. Every human society invested in perpetuating itself, which is to say every society, has regulated the production and distribution of use of biological sex. This is more than sex-based division of labor, hunter-gatherer and all that. It is actual division of sex. And so this is, which labor duties fall on people, raising families, all that sort of stuff. It may sound as if I'm saying sex is more real than gender, as proposition gender studies as abhorred since its inception. I do not think that sex is more real, but I am not terribly bothered by saying that division of sex determines gender norms, so long as we remember that it never remotely finishes determining them. There is always a wide shifting and irregular gap between the two. One finds a brutal example of this in the antebellum South of and just how people were treated based on stuff. I'm just trying to find the part where it connects to what they were just saying about consent. Yeah, I'm just going to try. Okay, here we go. Now, is this far from where I was? Okay, so here's the part where she's talking about changing back, and so so she says, I'm speaking here of a universal birthright, the freedom of sex. This freedom consists of two principal rights, and by sex she means like the, again, I don't know how much of the thing is that this article is both easy to understand and hard to understand. It's hard to understand if you just skip through it and cursory read it, like I suspect Jenk and Anna did. But it's easy to understand if you actually read the whole thing and absorb what you're reading as you're going through, which is why I'm finding it hard to just skip through different parts to get to one part, because you can read this out of context and it would seem a little off-putting. So that's why I'm trying to find like what parts I can just skip to, because it is a long article. So down here, I am speaking here of universal birthright, the freedom of sex. This freedom consists of two principal rights: the right to change one's biological sex without appealing to gender, and the right to assume a gender that is not determined by one's sexual biology. One might exercise both of these rights towards a common goal, transition, for instance, but neither can be collapsed onto the other. I'm in mind of a bimerical system. Each chamber has its own prerogatives, but neither has exclusive upper chamber sex or the boisterous lower chamber gender that has ultimate power to overrule the other. Not all trans people wish to change their sex. Some trans people are also gender nonconforming. So by this, they're talking more about surgeries and things of that sort. By asserting the freedom of sex, we may stop relying on the increasingly metaphysical concept of gender identity to justify sex-changing care, as if such care were only permissible when one's biological sex does not match the serial number engraved on one's soul. The same goes for sex assigned at birth, which unhelpfully obscures the very biological process that many people have a right to change. In general, we must rid ourselves of the idea that any necessary relationship exists between sex and gender, and prepares us to claim that the freedom to bring sex and gender into whatever relation one chooses is a basic human right. In other words, it's okay to be a woman and still have a penis and want to keep that penis. You can still be a woman. One is not intrinsically tied to the other. You do not have to go through hormone treatment and all this sort of stuff in order to identify as the gender you feel inside. And it's also completely fine to be gender nonconforming. What does this freedom look like in practice? Let anyone change their sex. Let anyone change their gender. Let anyone change their sex again. Let trans girls play on sports regardless of their sex status. If they excel, this means that only that some girls are better at sports than others. Let people use the gender-segregated facilities of their choice, desegregate whenever possible. Do not out children to their parents. Do not force anyone to change their sex or their gender. Give everyone health care. The anti-trans movement has collected its public's rising awareness of the staggering injustice of the American healthcare system, directed it like a syringe full of air at the small population of children. The effect is to make it appear as if trans people do not want good healthcare or trustworthy providers, when the truth is that trans people face health disparities across the board, including higher reports of disability, asthma, and heart disease. No single federal program would benefit trans people more than Medicare for All, as received counseling to understand the risk or to be treated for comorbidities. In fact, society has a duty to make these resources freely and widely accessible to trans kids. But these practical options are not obligations to make thoughtfulness a requirement of any universal right, to taper that right to exclusive privilege. That trans kids' access to care, again, we're talking care, not surgeries, will in most cases be mediated by parents or legal guardians is inescapable fact of the way our society regards children, rightly or not. For now, parents must learn to treat their kids as what they are, human beings capable of freedom. So from this, Jank is saying that she is saying that a 5-year-old can undergo surgery and then just change back. That's what she's wanting people to, that's what she's claiming that she wants. That is not what she said. Like, she is saying, let anyone change their gender, let anyone change their sex, and change it again. But this isn't in the context of surgeries that she's talking about. And how she connects what gender is, like biological, like the construct of gender and sex, and how she connects them earlier in the article matters when it comes to understanding what she's saying here. And she also says, do not out children to their parents. And of course, Jank and Anda takes that to mean that they're hiding it from, that it's an automatic. You do not tell parents that a child is transgender, when the phrase do not out is important. If a child is hiding who they are from their parents, there's a reason. And we have to go over this over and over and over again. They don't feel safe. They feel like they could be abused, abandoned, neglected, or worse if their parents were to know that they were transgender. So it's important to not out those children to their parents, and also because they are human beings capable of freedom. Children are not property. So here's where I want to also get into consent. This is because when it comes to if we are to recognize the right of trans kids, we will also have to accept that, like us, they have a right of the hazards of their own free will. This does not mean shooting testosterone into every toddler who looks at a football. But if children are too young to consent to puberty blockers, they are definitely too young to consent to puberty, which is a drastic biological upheaval in its own right. Yet we let this happen every day and not without causalities. I am not speaking of suicide. I am speaking of many opponents of trans rights who observe with horror that they too might have transitioned given the chance. So intensely did they hate being teenage girls. I do not know if they regret their biology today. I do suspect they regret that they never got to choose. So this is about the freedom to choose. And again, it is about receiving the proper care at age-appropriate times. And the fact that people like Jake and Anna are all against, like, you gotta be cautious about those puberty blockers and the hormones and stuff because they would undergo irreversible changes if they take those when they are teenagers, while totally neglecting the fact that puberty also puts children through irreversible changes, and that it is very difficult to reverse those changes of puberty afterwards. Whereas if the case from earlier, the person who took the estrogen pills from her mother, she never developed into, a muscular man to begin with, and then had to somehow try to reverse that when it's too late. It's important that children undergo the puberty that best fits them. And yes, there are going to be regrets, because when you have the freedom to make a choice, it isn't without the risk of regret. But all too often, it's more people regretting that they never got that choice in the first place. So many trans people growing up, having gone through the puberty that isn't for them, always never being able to go through society the way that they wanted. A choice. The thought is impossible, yet we have no difficulty believing that 300,000 trans kids can choose to stop being trans. Freedom is easy to imagine when it is the freedom to do as you're told. When we cannot conceive is what we cannot conceive is why they're making all these gender troubles in the first place. They do not owe us an explanation. They are busy taking charge of their own creation. They may not change the world, but they will certainly change themselves. Possibility, Butler once wrote, is not a luxury. It is as crucial as bread. We have not yet begun to understand the courage of a child who says she is a girl for the first time without any biological proof to back this up. This is especially true if she lives in one of the many states that are working to ensure that saying so is all that trans kids like her will ever have. But she speaks the sentence, "I am a girl," is performative speech in a classic sense. It performs an action. She is not only declaring her intent to exercise her freedom of sex in the future, she is uttering these words already, exercising it. She is working the weakness in the norm. She is not afraid of sex. She is against it. That is not nothing. There is, in fact, a very important population of Americans who do not want trans kids to exist. I am told they are small but growing.
No, they can't.
They can't.
That's not how sex-changing surgery works. I mean, what a ridiculous thing.
That was startling, just jumping back into that. Oh, no, where we go?
Absurdity. Of course, 7-year-olds can't consent to sex with adults. Of course, right? And do I sex change their minds later? So what? They could just change it back.
No, they can't.
No, they can't.
They can't.
That's not how sex-changing surgery
And that is not what the article said.
Works. I mean, what a ridiculous thing to say. What a preposterous thing to say. And then on top of that, even if you just say hormone therapy, guys, I have a friend, one of my best friends, and his daughter is trans, okay? And they're doing this now.
Well, I can speak to this because I just happen to have a friend who has a trans daughter. So I can speak to this.
Now, she's clearly...
Be clear about what they're doing, because
they're doing hormone therapy, okay? And
yeah, be clear about what they're doing, which is not something that they're actually, being clear about what the article is stating. The article isn't stating that kids can have surgery.
So I agree with that decision, but the fact that I agree with it is totally irrelevant because it's not my business, it's not my decision. That's
good, then shut the fuck up.
For that family to decide together, okay? So I'm not against it. I'm just saying, to say that it doesn't matter, even if it's just hormone therapy, is absurd because that also changes a person. So if you try to switch it back, you're not switching back to the quote unquote same person, you've changed the person twice. Now, it doesn't mean you shouldn't, but it means you should be careful about it. You should deliberate.
Yes, because they can never know, they never understand, and yet nobody ever questions when a little boy says that he's a boy and that he wants to make this little boy club with no girls allowed. Nobody ever questions that, and nobody ever questions a little girl when she says that she loves dresses in pink and wants to be a little princess. Nobody ever questions that they understand what their gender is and that what their gender identity is. Nobody ever questions them when it's that. But if it looks like it's a little boy and he says that he's actually a girl, well, then we have to question that. Then they don't know. How can kids possibly know what gender they are? Because suddenly when it's something that they don't understand, then it needs to be questioned because children are incapable of understanding what gender they are unless they are the gender we think they should be. Okay, kids know what gender they are. They know at a young age. But we only ever question it when it's one case and not the other. It's funny how that happens. Like, really, if children are so incapable of knowing what gender they are, then we should just raise everyone as non-binary. We gotta wait and basically till after puberty. Let's just put puberty blockers on until they're an adult. Until they're 18, nobody is allowed to even have puberty because how can a child understand what gender they are? So everyone should just be raised as non-binary because a child cannot understand if they are a girl or a boy. So let's just do that because they're so incapable of figuring that out.
You should take this very seriously and not be flippant. Oh, so what? You can just change it and then change it back. Well, come on. Do you really care about these people? Because you don't sound like it.
And the thing is, so she's transgender herself and she's undergone sex change surgery and she's been very open about it. She's written about it, which is why it kind of befuddles me that she understands the weight of that decision, but thinks that children should be able to make that decision for themselves. So I'm gonna
I guarantee you she knew she was trans when she was a little girl. All the trans people I knew which gender they were when they were children. And their only regret is that they weren't able to go through the puberty that they identified with, that they had to transition when they were adults after irreversible harm had been done to their body, irreversible changes had been done to their body. Their only regret was that they couldn't transition sooner.
Give you a few examples of the work that she's published in the past. By the way, I should also note, soon after she shared this latest piece on X, she also tweeted and then later deleted the following. Let's go to graphic 4 here. Speaking of which, my sweet friend Theo is having painful complications from their surgery last year and urgently needs a revision. Please help out if you can. And then when you click on it, it goes to a GoFundMe for the person who unfortunately and tragically had a botched sex change surgery.
Okay, why bring up that tweet? That's a healthcare issue in the United States that you need to set up GoFundMe pages in order to help out with that. And it wasn't a botched surgery. There are complications from almost every surgery. There can be complications. It doesn't mean that that surgery was botched. It could be a very successful surgery, but there's still a complication later on. And because the American healthcare system is the way it is, they had to set up a GoFundMe page in order to help cover the costs of the complications. It does not mean it was a botched surgery.
So this is not, and look, I don't say this to fearmonger about the surgeries. I say it because this.
Oh, she is absolutely saying that to fearmonger about the surgeries.
This is not a small thing. This is a big thing. This is a big decision. And when it comes to children, the idea that they should decide for themselves and that these, doctors who need a gender dysphoria diagnosis are nothing more than, gatekeepers I just think it's a ridiculous notion, and it's irresponsible to push that idea because again, it minimizes the invasive nature of the surgery. And more importantly, after that surgery is done, let's say, it's a born male wants to transition to female, that person is going, as she knows, that person is gonna need medical care for the rest of their life. It is a heavy decision to make, and to say
there's lots of medical conditions that have to be treated and monitored for the rest of your life. That's just the luck of the draw. That's just reality. There's lots of things that people will need treatment from every day for the rest of their life. This is not unique in that sense.
That kids can make that decision and it's totally fine. I just think it minimizes the seriousness of the decision. Let's just put.
You know what? There is no trans child that the decision is being minimized, that it's not being taken seriously, that they don't have to jump through 1,000 hoops, that they don't have to constantly prove over and over and over again that this surgery is needed eventually once they get to be old enough, that they are transgender. It is that they have to constantly push it on people and tell people, and so many people who are trans never get the puberty blockers, never get the hormone treatment, never end up getting the surgeries because they can't constantly prove it to people, because they need some sort of diagnosis. People won't just believe them because, oh, that's just how you feel inside. Well, sorry, that's not good enough. We're going to gatekeep you and tell you that you need to check all these boxes. You need to have psychiatric evaluations in order for you to know which gender you are. Okay, nobody who is trans is minimizing every hoop that they have to jump through in order to get the care that they need.
Put it that way. And then one final thing I'll note before I go to you, Cenk. I mentioned that she has undergone sex change surgery and she's written about it. Back in 2018, she wrote, my new vagina won't make me happy and it shouldn't have to. And in it she writes, next Thursday I will get a vagina. The procedure will last around 6 hours and I will be in recovery for at least 3 months. Until the day I die, my body will regard the vagina as a wound. As a result, it will require regular, painful attention to maintain. This is what I want, but there is no guarantee it'll make me happier. In fact, I don't expect it to. That shouldn't disqualify me from getting it. Now, her deciding to do this as an adult, it's your decision as an adult. She continues though, I feel demonstrably worse since I started on hormones. So she took hormone therapy. One reason is that absent my levies of the closet, years of repressed longing for the girlhood I never had have flooded my consciousness. I am a marshland of regret. Another reason is that I take estrogen, effectively delayed release sadness, a little aquamarine pill that more or less guarantees a good weep within 6 to 8 hours. So yeah, I've tried birth control that was heavier on the estrogen side. It made me suicidal. So the idea of giving that to kids, especially if you're gonna disregard their psychiatric history, is irresponsible to me.
Nobody is saying that we should give that to kids. No. And here's the thing, like, yes, hormone therapy will have issues and concerns and consequences, and especially when it comes to teenagers, and that needs to be monitored and looked after because you never know how it's going to interact with the person. But do you know what other medication can cause suicidal ideation in teenagers? Antidepressants. That is a risk with some treatments, no matter what. And you have to weigh the pros and cons. Is a child more at risk if they don't receive the care that they need, or if they receive it? And quite often with trans children, when they receive that care, they are far better off mental health wise than if they're constantly denied it.
Yeah, look, when you apply any of this to kids, you're telling on yourself that you've never interacted with kids over a long period of time. I have an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old. They are not fit to make adult decisions by a long shot, not even close.
Oh, so they don't have a gender then? They don't know what gender they are? So Jank just has 2 children with no gender because they can't figure that out yet.
Because there's all sorts of hormones already flowing through their bodies. Their brains aren't fully developed. You know what they want to do all day? They want to watch iPads and iPhones, etc. Why? Because they haven't learned how to be mature yet and think about long-term thinking as opposed to short-term thinking. There's a million reasons why everyone who's ever interacted with a child knows this. And you think that not only should they be free to do it at any age, for any reason, at any time, but that none of us should be able to say, hey, wait, I'm not sure that's a great idea. What if a child decided, hey, you know what, I'm gonna play with a chainsaw, right? And they're 7 years old or 11 years old. Should we all be like, no, they have a right to do anything they like, that's okay, totally fine. No, put the chainsaw down, hold on, what are you doing?
That's not even a comparable analogy. Like, what did the chainsaw have to do with any sort of internalized feeling of who you are, self-identity? A tool used by adults that has an instruction manual and safety precautions that need to be used in order to use it. Like, that's not a comparable use of an analogy there.
Right? Now, in this case, it might work out and it might not work out, and you have to be super careful and you have to regulate it, and responsible people.
It is, everyone is super careful about children who receive gender-affirming care.
Actually do this right. And it's not for us to interfere with any family's decisions. But for you to say, and at one point in the piece, she of course argues against the parents knowing.
Come on.
As we went over, it was about not outing children to parents, which means those children are afraid that their parents will be abusive should they know.
So without the parents knowing, you think that little children should make massive decisions that, whether it's, I mean, let's stick with the hormone therapy, that you.
It's not without the parents knowing. She even acknowledges in the article that it has to be tied to parental consent. That there's no way around it at this point. And that parents are a part of the process. She acknowledges it in the article. All she is saying is that you do not out trans children to their parents if they're scared. It's not saying, oh, well, we should give all the hormone therapy and all the decisions and everything to this child without telling their parents. That is not what she said.
Yourself say makes you depressed.
Let me give you graphic age. She even wrote, I was not suicidal before hormones. Now I often am.
No.
Okay, so about that article. So what Anna just did was she just took a random sentence out of this and put it way out of context as to what she was saying. And so this is the article that my new vagina won't make me happy. And basically she's saying that, she shouldn't have to prove again that there's some sort of psychological issue or need that she has to get this done in order to just have the surgery in order to identify with who she is, and that the surgery in itself won't solve all of her problems, won't be the magic cure to make her happy, but it is just who she is and wants to get it done. Now, if we go down to where that sentence is, I was not suicidal before hormones, now I often am. Well, there's 2 paragraphs before that, and 1 paragraph Anna read. I feel demonstrably worse since I started hormones. One reason is the absence of the levies of the closet, years of repressed longing for the girlhood I never had, and flooded my consciousness. I am a marshland of regret. So we heard that paragraph, followed by, I like many of my trans friends, I've watched my dysphoria balloon since I began transition. I now feel very strongly about the length of my index finger, enough that I will sometimes shyly untether my hand from my girlfriend's as we walk down the street when she tells me I'm beautiful. I resent it. I've been outside. I know what beautiful looks like. Don't patronize me. I was not suicidal before hormones. Now I often am. I won't go through with it, probably. Killing is icky. I tell you this not because I'm cruising for sympathy, but to prepare you for what I'm telling you now. I still want all of it. I want the tears. I want the pain. Transition doesn't have to make me happy for me to want it. Left to their own devices, people will rarely pursue what makes them feel good in the long term. Desire and happiness are independent agents. She is saying that the hormones alone isn't what made her feel suicidal. It was the fact that she was now feeling who she is for the first time, and the regret of not being able to have the puberty of her identity, to have made her into the woman that she now has features on her that aren't very feminine, and she's embarrassed by them, and she holds them back, that she'll never be considered beautiful, a beautiful girl. And even when her girlfriend tells her that, she doesn't believe it because she knows what beautiful people looks like. And because she was never able to have the puberty of who she was, she will always, not quite fit in, not look like the person she was meant to look like. And that it's the regret of not being able to have all of those years as being a girl, of feeling what it's like to have that estrogen in her body. That is what's causing a lot of the suicidal feelings in her, of all of that heavy regret. And the hormones that, just help her to bring out those emotions and what it feels like to be a woman. It's the regret of not having that her life is what's making her feel suicidal.
Guys,
so kids, if they believe that they're transgender, without their parents knowing, should have access to things like the very hormones that make her suicidal.
She never once said that. Never. That was not in any of the articles. It is not about going behind the parents' back to help children go through transition against you feel like a girl. Well, let's not tell your parents that, and let's just start giving you all the hormones and puberty blockers and everything, and let's just do the surgery now. Let's do that all behind the parents' back. That is not what is happening. That is not what she's saying.
Yeah, so now some people will watch this and they'll say, oh, they're trying to ban trans people.
No.
Hold on. So you heard us in this video say the exact opposite. Adults can do anything they want. We support, not only do we support their right to do that, we support all of their rights. And we fight for their rights, and we fight the Republicans and the right wing, et cetera, on all that. But if you say,
unless it comes to sports teams, because Jank and Anna are very vocal about the fact that, well, maybe trans women shouldn't be on women's sports teams. That's pushing it. We're going to concede to the right on that, that trans women shouldn't be on sports team because, they're biologically male. But also, if they had transitioned when they were teenagers, then, there would be no biologically. The difference is is not there. They don't develop the strong muscles, the body frame. Everything changes if they get to have the puberty they identify with. But if you hold it off and you say you can't do that you have to wait until after puberty, you are condemning them to a life of always feeling like they're out of place, of always never having the body that they wanted. That is the irreversible change that so many trans people go through, that they can't just go back in time and undo their puberty. And why it's so important that if a child says that they're trans, we believe them instead of making it so nearly impossible for them to get the treatment that they need. Yes, there should always be checks and balances, and it can't just be a simple, oh, you say so, so we're going to do it. There has to be procedures in place, but they shouldn't be so overwhelming that it can't be done for so many people. And in the States, it's not just children anymore. They're making these barriers in place for adults as well. So that as soon as you're adult, well, then you have to have this psychological treatment and you have to do this. Or if you are somehow deemed to have any sort of mental health illness, then you can't transition because you're not capable of making those decisions. Constantly over and over, they are finding ways to deny people the right to transition. And when you have people like Jank and Anna on this show conceding little points here and there, like sports teams and all that sort of stuff, they are feeding into the right-wing narrative. They are making it easy for the right wing to then enforce their bigoted ways onto other people. Jank and Anna are not helping the trans people around them. They're not helping the movement. They are making it worse.
Say to me, kids can make these absolutely life-altering decisions at any age. That is not a defensible position, and she didn't even bother defending it. She didn't explain a single reason.
She didn't have to defend it because it wasn't in the fucking article.
Why the kids would have the ability to do this and how it might be positive for the kids. It was just incredibly lazy as an argument. And then she gratuitously throws in people with psychiatric histories. Again, someone close to me was schizophrenic. He thought that he was Muhammad and Jesus combined. You think that we should let him get a sex change operation during when? When he was himself, Muhammad or Jesus?
Not comparable. Not comparable. Very, very, that is its own thing, being schizophrenic. That is a completely different thing. It has nothing to do with gender. And Jenk saying, oh, so what? Should we allow him to have the sex change when he thinks he's Muhammad or Jesus? I'm sorry. Why? So because you think you're a person of the same gender, we're going to give you a sex? What? Like, where is this coming from?
Come on, you're not even trying to make sense. And her whole argument boiled down to, if I'm offended, then I am right. No.
Did anyone get that feeling from anything that we just covered? That she has that type of attitude that I might say Jank and Anna often have themselves? That if you don't agree with me, then you're wrong, and if you're offended, then that means I'm right.
That's not how it works. We all work in the world of logic. If you say I don't care about logic, all I care about is my feelings and being offended, that is not a rational argument, and I dismiss you. So if you try to make sense, then we can have a rational argument. But if your argument is, well, if you offend me, then I must be right, that is just totally irrational. Makes no sense at all. And no, I do not agree to any of this. And so, and the last thing, guys, is if you care about trans rights, as we do.
I hope that the people watching do not care about trans rights the same way as Jank and Anna do.
When someone becomes this extreme and becomes kind of the stereotype of the right wing presented as if it's all of us, they hurt our cause. They hurt the cause of trans rights Because all the right wing point to this person and go, that's how they all are. And look at that, they're coming for your children. And they want to be able to do this at 3 and 7 and 7. But that is not the majority of the movement at all. But when she says it, well, I'm trans, so if I say that it must stand for every single person who supports trans rights, that's not true at all. 2/3 of the country supports trans rights. So you don't speak for everyone. And I know that hurts your feelings, but and if you don't know that the great majority of this country is against that, and even the great majority of people who are totally in favor of trans rights are against children of any age and people with any psychiatric disorder doing this, then you're being totally disingenuous. You do not represent the majority of the movement at all. So please get back to
Cenk has no fucking idea anything about the movement of trans rights. He has no clue whatsoever. Him having a friend who has a daughter who is trans does not give him any sort of agency in this discussion at all. He's talking about her being disingenuous when he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He didn't bother to actually read the article in context. He skimmed through it and took words out of it that fit his narrative and stuck with it. At no point did she say that she would be offended and that if you don't agree with her, then you're an anti-trans horrible person. She never once said that children should be having surgery. None of that. And yet here they are painting this columnist as some sort of radical extremist that thinks that it's okay for a toddler to undergo a sex change operation. So then anyone in their audience who didn't bother to read the article because they're just taking their word for it because it is a very long article, which actually helps Cenk and Anna, because once you get to it, who's going to bother to read that whole thing? So they're just going to take them at face value. So anyone who's watching this and believes Cenk and Anna now thinks that this woman is a horrible woman and doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about when her arguments seemed pretty clear to me once you read the whole fucking article.
reality and sanity so we could fight for rights effectively and not be caricatures that the right wing pretended we were.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back.
Yeah, so now let's move on to news about Trump is what happens. So 20 minutes talking about this column out of context, disingenuously. And yet I went to their YouTube channel and I typed in their search, Nex Benedict. Do you know how many segments I found on that? 0. Okay, so they are choosing editorially to pick this story. They misrepresent it. And they do this instead of, I don't know, maybe covering this. The VA secretary has released a ruling transgender veterans will not be given gender reassignment surgery medical benefits. This move is sure to raise questions about the Biden administration's commitment towards transgender people. They didn't cover that. How about this? This is why you can never compromise with bigots. The parameters of your freedom, they'll take every inch until you have given them a mile. In Georgia restricts transgender care for youth in 2023. Now Republicans are seeking an outright ban. How about this? Rainbow Panic is coming for marriage equality. You didn't think they would start and end with trans kids playing soccer, did you? Because apparently this dumbass Michael Knowles is now saying, you know what, a union should only be between a man and a woman. We shouldn't be having any sort of queer marriages at all whatsoever, because of course it escalates. It's never just about trans people, just like it's not about the children. Or how about this one? GOP bill would require teachers to register as sex offenders if they support trans students. Where is their coverage on those? Like, these will have absolute impacts, like something like this. It's because of bills like this, it's because of attention like this, that Nex felt like he had no other alternative. He was being bullied by the kids at his school, by the teachers, by the government officials making laws about who he could be. Where are the stories about that? No, they just pick this one fucking article and not read it properly and then try to tell people it says things it doesn't say. They are harming the cause when they do shit like this. I'm just trying to find that one. This paragraph here to me really kind of sums it up to them, that the most insidious source of the anti-trans movement in the country is quite simply liberals. People like Jank and Anna that just think that a lot of this talk is nothing but social justice warrior bullshit, and that, you know, we shouldn't be leaving. But it's like they're trying to say that they're coming from a place of compassion, that they understand what trans people are going for. After all, this is our battle. No, the fuck isn't. It is not Jank's and Anna's battle. They are there for support. That's what they do. They do not fight this cause. We fight it. You know, people who are queer and trans and non-binary like me, we fight it. You support. That's what you do. You do not speak on our behalf. You do not then find some columnist and put words in her mouth and go through an entire long, like, you take the time to read this article, but then you skip through it in such a way that you butcher it. Like, why bother reading any of it at that point? Like, this is just such bullshit that they are out there, that they have such a large audience, that they are spewing this nonsense, and that all of the people who are queer presenters on their network seem to be disappearing for some reason. So there's nobody there to really push back and counter what they're saying on the show. Do you think Anna will ever have on somebody who is actually trans to talk about trans issues? No. You know, you think she's ever going to sit down and go on one of their shows? Do you think she would ever come on my show? Of course not. It is just, it drives me crazy that they are supposed to be the home of progressives. And this is the bullshit that they are putting out there. They are helping the right-wing cause. They are making it harder for trans people, for trans kids in particular, for trans women. They are making their lives more difficult. And again, it is an editorial choice that they choose this story out of all of the stories. The legislation that will impact millions. That is a story worth covering. Not just some opinion piece in a magazine by somebody you didn't even know existed yesterday. It is. And all the people who go on and watch that show now are just telling me how horrid the comment sections are. They are cultivating an audience of TERFs. They are making it inhospitable to people who are trans and queer in their audience. But they will never sit down with us because we're too radical. We're too out there. We don't think, you know, we don't, you know, think with logic or anything of that sort. No, we just think with emotions. That's all it's about. Just absolute, complete garbage coming out of them. And it's like, when they do things like this, it makes me question everything else they present. Is it just performative? Everything? Because earlier in that show, Anna was literally in tears over what was happening in Gaza, because Jank and Anna seemed to be on the right side of that issue. And she was actually in tears after watching one of the videos. So am I to take that seriously, or is she just being performative yet again? Like, anything they say, like, when they show to be so disingenuous in their takes on an issue, in their reading of an article, how can you believe anything else that they're taking? Like, if they refer to any other article, how can you trust it? Absolute garbage. Got somebody here to help cheer me up. I used to really admire that network. You know, I was so proud to be part of it. And even now, what they're doing, it doesn't take away what I felt when I was there. You know, the accomplishment and everything that I did. But god damn it, if they won't even listen to us anymore, the people who are part of their network. But like I said, I'm working on a video essay about Anna specifically. So I won't be having a live stream on Sunday because I have a lot of work to do on it. I don't know when it'll be out. But I do need time to just focus on it, and I have a lot of work to do on this live stream and last live stream, clipping it and getting it out. So there will not be a live stream on Sunday. I'm not sure about Wednesday either. It depends on how far I get in my work. But yeah, let's check the Sandbox for a bit, and this is going to be the longest stream I ever did. So we'll check the Sandbox and then try wrapping it up. Well, I've scrolled up as high as I can scroll up on the Sandbox. And Brenda Null says, Jank and Anna really hate trans people. Jonald James X, parents should have these discussions with their trans kids. Ultimately, it is up to the parents to make that decision, not the children. So this is not that hard for me. The parents have to agree with the decision in order for it to happen, but it is the child's decision. But a child will never be able to go through and get the proper care that they want unless they have the agreement of the parent. And parents should be talking to their trans kids about it. That's for sure. Because trans children should be in families where they're open to talk about this, to express themselves, to be who they are. The only time people are suggesting that you hide it from their parents or you don't out them is when they feel like the child is in danger if they do. Come here. 0PE, I wish they would just not even do these stories. The fact that they still, considering their obvious bias, expose their grift. Yeah, that was something that I forgot to mention, that, and I've said it in other videos, that at this point, the best thing they can do is nothing. Just don't cover the subject. If all you're going to do is this and pick these random stories, like, just don't cover the issue. This isn't something that they're passionate about. It's not something that they can relate to personally. There's nothing wrong if they don't cover the issue. And it's better for everyone if they don't. Jank and Anna should never talk about trans rights again. Never. And that alone would benefit the trans movement far better than them ever doing another story on them again. I see that there's a bit of a back and forth in the Sandbox about parents and things of that sort having the ultimate say and stuff. And it is the children's decision, ultimately. But the parents do have to go along with it, and it should be an open conversation with them. No child can have the surgeries, can have treatments without their parents' say. It is the way that the systems are designed. But parents have a responsibility to their children to help them be the best people that they can be, and all that sort of stuff. Parents have responsibilities. They don't have rights over their children. But you shouldn't be helping children to transition. It gets complicated the older the child is, if they're a teenager, and there are ways of sneaking hormones behind their backs of their parents. You know, it's kind of like the person in the article who was taking her mother's estrogen in order to be able to transition. Because when it comes to the point that irreversible changes are going to happen, it's best to be doing what the kid wants as opposed to what the parent wants. And what the parent wants doesn't necessarily align to what the kid wants. Grand Theft Autobot, did anyone in their chat point out the words on their screen said care, not surgery? Just wondering. All through it, it was all about care, not about surgery. Donald James X, I do believe Cenk would pass pro-trans laws if he was POTUS. I just do. There is no reason to think otherwise yet. I agree with you. Like, I believe in Cenk's heart of hearts, he wants to do what's right. He's just doing it wrong. It's like my mom, you know, with my mental health issues and stuff like that. When she would try to help me in my early 20s in particular, everything she did was more detrimental to me than beneficial. But I knew in her heart of hearts she was trying to do what she thought was useful to me. Like, I don't believe Cenk is a horrible person. I just don't think he has the understanding to speak on this subject that he knows, and he doesn't bother to learn enough to accept information as it comes to him. But I absolutely believe that if he were to be POTUS, he would make it so that all trans adults could have surgery and care and that there'd be no restrictions and all that sort of stuff. I'm not too sure what he would do about sports. Like, I do think the States would be in a far better place for trans rights if somebody like him were in power, but it wouldn't be the be-all and end-all, and there would still be a lot of work that needs to be done. Zero PE, you hear that they talk about trans people and still think Cenk is pro-trans, LOL. Like I said, I think in his heart of hearts, he wants trans people to have all the rights and stuff like that. He's just going about it in the absolute worst way possible that is actually harming the community. Anna, on the other hand, I do think is a transphobe. I do think she's out to do bad things, because Cenk was relying on her framing of the article before he read it. So it gets like it gets into the nuance and the nitty gritty. I think Cenk is for trans rights, but his actions are anti-trans. What he's doing is actively anti-trans. So it is complicated, and it goes back to what Sam Cedar says. It doesn't matter, what you think in your heart at heart. It's all that matters is what you present to the world. And currently what Cenk is presenting to the world is not good when it comes to trans issues. So basically, it doesn't matter that I think Cenk isn't anti-trans. All that matters is the stances he is currently taking is harming trans people. Zero PE, they think trans advocating for their own lives as activists, which is very disingenuous, the anti-trans, but you hear that they think they are somehow pro-trans. Yeah, the framing and everything Cenk does is harmful to the trans community. So for him to claim that he's pro-trans, no, he's better off just shutting up. And I wish he would. It's basically like a paternalistic thing with Cenk too. Like he somehow feels like he needs to look after us because we can't think for ourselves and all that sort of bullshit. Brenda Knoll, I watched TYT for a few years. I left because of their commentary on trans people. I don't miss Anna's voice at all. Yeah. Let's see. Brenda Knoll, it's the same when women want their tubes tied, but doctors won't do the surgery because they might change their mind later and want kids. Yes, we get a lot of that as well. Donald James X, if there's no surgery involved, then I don't know what TYT is talking about. Yeah, they just totally misread that article. Not once did the author mention anything about children getting surgery. Never. And Donald also thinks that they're misinterpreting the article, but not on purpose. You know how Cenk accused other people of being lazy when it came to it? That's what I feel like it is with them. That they were just lazy in it. That Cenk just accepted Anna's framing of it and went with it and didn't bother to read any deeper into it. So it's not... I wouldn't say that he was purposely misinterpreting it, but he didn't bother to interpret it. Anna, on the other hand, she went looking for her own biases in it and found and read into it what she wanted. I don't know if you would say that's on purpose, if that's like been a purpose interpretation of it, but she wanted it to be what she read it as, and so she made it into that in her head. Yeah, it's very disingenuous. I think Cenk was just relying too much on Anna's framing, and skimmed through it and didn't read it all. Whereas Anna, I think, was a little bit more, she knew what she was doing. I'm just seeing, it looks like that there's a big argument between Donald and the rest of the Sandbox. And I understand where both of the sides of this argument is coming from, because in the end, it doesn't matter what's in the heart of Cenk and Anna, if they are or are not absolutely transphobes or not. What matters is what they're putting out into the world. And what they're putting out into the world is harming people. It's harming the movement. And so in the end, does it matter if Cenk is 100% or not in support of trans folks? Not really. It doesn't matter at that point. It just matters what they're putting out in the world, and the stories that they're picking, their framing of the stories, what they're trying to relay with it, harms the movement and is anti-trans in its stance. Anna, though, I do, for what it's worth, I do feel is anti-trans. Cenk is more like a useful idiot of an anti-trans. Zero PE, let's ask Sandy if she believes they are for trans rights, or better yet, let's ask other trans people if they feel that TYT is for trans rights. From the trans people I've seen that they don't feel. Well, I think I've laid it out. So, like, ultimately, I think Cenk is for adult trans rights, providing it's not to do with sports. It's better off than the right movement, but when it comes to complete trans rights, I don't know so much. But yeah, I believe he thinks he's doing what's best, but he's not. Anna, on the other hand, no. Just no. But like I said, doesn't matter. Just matters what they're putting out into the world. And when he constantly, Cenk and Anna, constantly paint anyone who's to the left of them on trans rights as radical trans activists, they are hurting the cause. They need to shut up about this. Vanessa, even TYT is now perpetrating the myth that sex change surgeries for minors. It's so sad to see the progressive outlet TYT can move so rapidly to the right on issues of equality like this. Yeah, and that's part of the problem is they are perpetrating that. That's what the people on the left want, is like, oh yeah, we want children as young as 3 to be able to have surgeries. And no, we don't. That's not what we're talking about. And they're just feeding into that, which just helps the right wing and bolsters their side. And yeah. I think Emma also was able to concisely put it, like conceding any ground on this at all about human rights and stuff of that sort. And it's like, yeah, you don't concede any of this ground to the right. It doesn't matter what the polls say when it comes to trans people in sports and things of that sort, because it is basically about human rights. It's fundamentally human rights. You don't get to cherry pick what rights people have. Vanessa, the problem is that we all have different definitions of freedoms, apparently, because freedom also should include the freedom to be whoever you want, however you want, regardless of your body at birth. That is true freedom to master and control your own biology according to technology advancements. We're already doing a lot. What do you think vaccines are? So why trans care so demonized? Yes. And I think the article did a good job of pointing out, it's like, oh, people are fine with sex change surgeries under certain circumstances, but other ones, oh, no, no, no. And it's not the people who need the surgery who get to decide, it's society that gets to decide. Zero PE, if all the trans people leave TYT and say TYT isn't pro-trans, I listen to trans people, not TYT. Yes, with their rhetoric currently, again, even though I think in the heart of hearts, Cenk is not anti-trans, the way they frame stories, the way they put it out is anti-trans. So right now, I will say TYT is not pro-trans with the way that they're acting. So many other stories they could have chose to cover. So many important, meaningful stories. And they chose a random article because Anna could read into it her narrative. Vanessa, that person had complications from surgery and Anna had to frame it as botched. What the fuck? And advocating for more restrictions is not going to make care better, Anna. Yeah. Didn't say anything about it being a botched surgery, just that it had complications. Most surgeries have complications. Brenda Knoll, I think it could be argued that age-appropriate sex education for kids can benefit them, but there are parents that don't want kids to learn that at all. True. I believe sex education, age-appropriate sex education, I believe that to be a right, and that people need to know that to protect themselves. Donald James X sees that's what misled me. I was under the impression that the article was advocating for children to make those decisions. Like fundamentally it's up to the child to make the decision, but the parent has to go along with it eventually. Not to go behind the parents' backs and do this and have surgery done on their kids. Vanessa, apparently you have to be extremely specific about age-appropriate sex change care unless you want TYT demonizing you and making you out to be advocating for sex change for kids. Disgusting. Yeah. Nowhere in that article did she say, oh yeah, kids as young as 3 can have surgery. Zero PE, TYT loves things out of context. Certain subjects, they absolutely do. And, you know, it's almost easier if it's consistent, like if they're always out of context, because then you know. But when they're right on some issues and wrong on the others, then it can really make it difficult to figure out which is which, especially if you're a fan of the show who doesn't get much in the way of other coverage on these issues. Because, like I said, from everything I've seen, they're on the right side of the issue with Gaza, and very strongly on the right side of that issue. But when it comes to trans people, crime, housing, things of that sort, wow, are they ever off? Vanessa, as a trans woman, I can attest to that. I remember some people telling me that I was pretty, but for me, I simply wasn't. Dysphoria at its best is a beast, man. Still, the only regret I have is not starting sooner. Yep. Zero PE, was that ableist? What, Jank just randomly bringing in his schizophrenic friend to talk about sex change when it had nothing to do with it? Maybe? Brenda, it does feel like Jank is really not caring how much of a certain type of audience he's losing, because told him a long time ago. He's losing his queer audience that just doesn't care. Zero PE, how do you do a trans segment when there are no trans people to refer to? He just speaks for the whole community he doesn't even belong to. Defer to, yeah. Yeah, like even when Benny was on there, I don't think I ever saw her on the main show where they were talking about trans issues. Like, I know Ravana covered queer issues from time to time when she was on the main show, not when Anna was on there, usually a Friday show. But, like, you never saw Jank and Anna talk to Benny. Granted, Jank did talk to me on the discussion, on the conversation, but that's not exactly main show content there. But yeah, they're constantly having these conversations about trans people without actually talking to trans people. It's weird how that happens. Vanessa, I do question it as well, and Keffels might be correct. Maybe TYT was never really progressive. They just became popular by supporting Bernie and jumping the Bernie bandwagon. I think on healthcare they're progressive. Certain rights. To say that they're the home of progressives is a bit of an exaggeration. Zero PE, with allies like them, who needs the right wing? Yeah. Vanessa, also that's a good indication of TYT's anti-trans bias. At least on the main show, red states literally want to make it illegal to be trans, minors and adults, and yet they choose to cover this. Yeah. There's so much more that they could be covering when it comes to this. The Emo Dragon. Hey, Sandy. Glad that I got you. I came in late, so I may have to restart the stream over. Their comment section was a dumpster fire on that video. I can imagine. Yes, everyone, blame Emo Dragon for this segment that is going on. This is the longest live stream I've done by far. I'm just kind of trying to wrap things up now. Yes, if you ever see a segment on TYT, if it's still live, like rapidly DM me or note things on me on Twitter and I might be able to catch it, because as long as it's live on YouTube or I haven't refreshed a YouTube page with it as a recommend, I can still watch the whole thing, unless it's a segment they end up clipping. It wouldn't surprise me if they end up clipping the segment. The Emo Dragon, it ducks because they're straw manning the left and steel manning the right's positions. And yes, I know you mean sex. You didn't even need to clarify that, but I just like reading it as ducks. Zero PE, I'm sorry, I can't be charitable to either Jank or Anna. I don't know if I'd say I'm charitable to Jank with what I believe. Because again, it doesn't matter. Does not matter what's in his heart. All that matters is right now he's currently harming the trans community with his rhetoric. Yes, I think everyone can go raid the letter hack if he's still on. Was not expecting to be on this late. Holy fuck! Yeah, I read that as 10:06 first. It's 11:06. I was not expecting to be on this late. Am I even allowed to stream this long? Oh, it's a good thing I'm recording it. Okay, I'm to the bottom of the chat. There's probably lots there that I should have gotten to. Anyway, let's make this quick. Any help with Frodo's vet bills are greatly appreciated. He's on medication, so it's an ongoing expense. You know the drill with that. Yeah. All these things. If you can, if you want, go check out. I also have a wish list in the link box below. Pretty much is a link box. The description box below is linked to my Amazon wish list, which can help fuel me with sugar and chocolate to go through segments like this and help me build my studio and all that sort of stuff. And thank you to everyone coming out, the wonderful mods, you're spectacular. Thank you to all the people who have already become patrons. Super appreciate it. I don't know. Do we need to do anything else? Go raid somebody who's still alive. I was planning to be off of here 2 hours ago. At a minimum. But I'm still getting distracted by chat. Anyway. That was a lot. Go unwind. Have some hot chocolate or something. And no stream on Sunday, possibly on Wednesday, because I'm working on a video about Anna. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, until then. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.